weird when he's explaining it?
Yeah, see that? He's a weirdo.
He deleted it. Notice he deleted it right after we started talking about it. Then he only posted his what he called his natural language. Why did he delete it? Because probably someone would have that idea of copy pasting it in ChatGPT or some bullshit and say, "Is this logically sound?" And then it would say no.
Oh, you got it, didn't you, AJ?
Come on.
What was that? Sorry, I was talking to my wife.
Did you copy? You copied it, didn't you?
I copied both of them, yeah.
Oblivion had the idea of chucking it into ChatGPT.
Well, that's what I've done, and it tells me that it's a logical fallacy on all parts. So, I'm going to. Part 1 to Part 4 is a category error, and this is because the argument defines a set of Aquila A, functional structure properties B, and potential properties C, and then treats them as building blocks of all objects. It's a category error because Aquila subjective experiences are not ontologically equivalent to structural or functional properties. 5 to 6 is an assumption of dependency, so it's a non sequitur unless B is somehow metaphysically dependent on A, which contradicts the materialist views, where structures and function can exist without experience. So he's basically claiming functions and structures can't exist without experience. C3 to C5
heard that before.
Is a fallacy of compositions. The argument smuggles in a metaphysical view that all properties are inherently dispositional without proving it. P9 to C is equivocation. So dispositional properties like fragility are not ontologically basic in many frameworks. They're derived from underlying structure. Claiming that they are fundamental requires an argument, not an assumption. The proposition bias, so begging the question. So in summary, the main issues are category error, treating Aquila like physical constituents, non sequitur, claiming structural properties depend on Aquila without justification, equivocation, redefining undefined terms like dispositions to reach the desired conclusion, begging the question, assuming philosophical framework, idealism instead of arguing for it, and fallacy of composition, inferring whole object nature from hypothetical property sets.
See, what a loser.
Damn. That sounds like a big fallacy fucking nightmare, bro. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
I don't think he's studying logic. I think he's studying fallacy.
Yeah. He's like a Disneyland kind of guy.
But how arrogant, right? Like, I know it's only ChatGPT, but how arrogant coming in making stupid arguments like that, like that don't even mean anything, and then making us trying to make us look dumb.
Right. We don't have
his first proposition, which was the mathematical equation. He didn't explain what the values were, so that was a problem there to begin with. Right. And then now, obviously, this is all based on beliefs.
He's in the chat saying he's in the chat saying it's not deleted, though it is deleted. At least on my end, I don't see it.
I'll repost them. Both of them.
10:49 past the hour.
10:49.
It's right there. It's still there.
So to cut a long story short, right? He's a pretender clown numpty dipshit.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll go there.
Chris, 6'5" and 179 IQ, and listens to Beethoven. Don't forget that one, Chris.
Beethoven all day. I'm so smart. I'm smart. Oh, Beethoven.
Oh no, I see the one that he didn't delete, but he deleted the original.
The original, was like an equation.
Yeah.
And AJ got it. AJ
Yeah.
grabbed it.
That's my point. He deleted it. Or
But AJ
someone did.
grabbed it. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
AJ,
can we ban this guy from fucking chat or what?
Well, there's the answer from ChatGPT on his last document. I'll drop his first one in for you. I'll copy that in with the answer I got.
love it, AJ. Thank you so much for doing that. That was awesome.
Hey, I would like
Go and-
his best.
Go and spend time with your wife, mate. We don't want to upset her.
Yeah. Yeah. Take care, Biz. We'll be here. Hey, they still let me in here. You'll be fine.
Only just, dude. Only just.
Yeah, you'll be all right.
I'd like his best scientific proof of the globe.
What?
Oh, that'd be a good question. Do you have scientific proof?
Oh man, what do you guys mean by scientific proof?
I said scientifical.
Is scientifical even a word?
I know.
See,
So no,
I think the project of science is to explain things, not to prove things.
Well, I can prove fire's hot, man, for sure.
Well, yeah, that's just sort of an observation.
that
It's
one.
kind of like, that's pretty
That's
easy.
basic. Day one.
No, that's not what science is for, man. Explanations require evidence.
Right.
Right. So science is about the evidence, not the explanations.
Yeah, it's explanations of the evidence. It needs both, right?
No, explanations require evidence. You can explain something, then you have to prove it. Science doesn't go, well, I can just explain this and that'll do. We'll stop there. No, it continues on
for
to
example,
test the explanation.
We're not going to stop there. No.
So, for example, I'd say that chemistry explains that water is H2O, 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen.
Yeah,
So
that's not science. That's not science.
Really? What would you call
That's
that?
not science. That's just a description. What, you have to put a white lab coat on, do you?
Well,
What makes it science? What makes it science? What makes that science?
It has a naturalistic explanation for observations in the world.
Yeah, it's going to require experiment to make it science.
No, experiments are part of science, but not the entirety.
Considered to be science.
It can't be science, bro. I mean, there's theoretical, and then there's actual. That's all we're saying, bro. I'm being cool.
So what part of chemistry is science then?
I like chemistry. I know a couple chemists, actually. Very smart people.
My brother's a chemist, a chemical engineer.
Yeah. Cool people. I mean, the ones I met.
Yeah,
brother-in-law was a
I love
chemist.
what you do, man. You come up with all kinds of great stuff, man. It's engineering, trial error, research and development. I love those things.
Yeah,
man.
he's funny, but he still believes in the moon landings. So we're very different.
Yeah.
But we get along. We get along really well. So.
It's fine. Basic definition of science. Science is the pursuit, application of knowledge. You got to know some shit. You got to understand some shit. Natural and social world following a systematic methodology to be exact, based on evidence. That is when I don't know, Matthew. You're a little younger than I am, but I used to go into this science class, and everywhere in the science class was posted scientific method. You know,
Yeah,
observe.
that's part of science, but it's not the entirety of science.
It was posted everywhere in the schools. That's all I'm saying, bro. It was every science class I ever went into, you know, from junior high to high school. Everyone had that stupid fucking thing that said scientific method. And it was like on not just one wall, it was like on 3 or 4 walls, man. And it was, you know, it was pounded into our heads about the scientific.
Remember playing with all the fucking Bunsen burners and Gauss maths and shit like that? Like, remember all that?
Cutting the fucking frogs up and
Yeah. They were frozen. We had to microwave the cunt and then fucking cut them out.
Science class, man. Science class.
I
But
noticed
the
something.
method was posted everywhere. I got to get a picture of one of those signs that said, you know, here's the method, science.
I noticed something with QE over the years is he always just said science, scientific method. And then all of a sudden he modified it by using the word natural science. And he always, have you noticed that? He modified it by now saying natural science.
You're probably right about that.
Now,
yeah, I noticed that too, Oblivion.
Yeah.
I did notice that. Yeah.
So that made it more specific.
Yeah,
and a lot of people don't notice that, so they're operating out of natural science, which is fine, whatever. Just call it something else or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not natural science, I guess.
Who's the law in what science is?
I'm gonna go with those guys in England at the.
It's the fucking English, isn't it?
Those England Mongos. Yeah. What's that place called? Oh yeah. Help me
Oxford.
out.
I don't know.
Is it Oxford? No. Don't they have a society of scientists and
the Royal Society or something
Royal
like that?
Society? That's it. Thank you, man.
Oh,
Society of
was that
Science. Those guys are the Royal Society Mongos.
Was Darwin part of that?
I think he was.
Yeah, and Newton himself was the president, I think.
Yeah. So that's where it's coming from, if anybody was asking. You were asking. Oh, did I answer it right? Okay.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah.
You good?
The Royal what was
Science Society.
Royal Society of Science.
They just call it the Royal Society. Is that right, Matthew? Or is it Royal
I think
Society
so.
of Science and Arts or something? Or is it just the Royal? Yeah. Society. Those guys.
Royal pain in the ass. I used to get called that all the time.
No, I think it was the Fine Arts Royal Theological Society. I don't know what that spells if you use an acronym. Fine Art Royal Scientific Society.
That don't sound right.
Fuck.
That don't sound right.
Arc.
I think they have different categories in their royals.
Yeah, it's Mark.
Royal Scientific, Royal Artistic, Royal, peasants. I don't know. Royal.
Don't let the peasants know.
Chemistry, Royal Chemistry, the Royal Chemistry class here at Oxford. Yeah, Royal. Yeah.
Royal Biology.
Yeah, Royal Astronomy. Yeah.
Anyone? Is there a marine biologist?
Society. Royal Astronomy Society? I don't know. Something like that. Yeah, there's something like that. Royal Astronomy.
George is a marine biologist.
Yeah, I know. How funny that episode.
Oh, yeah, that was like funny. That's like one of the best episodes ever.
The sea was angry. The sea was angry that day, my friend. I found myself face to face with this blowhole. I reached inside and pulled out this. Number 7.
Yeah, it's classic.
We've got a 24-hour Seinfeld channel here at the moment. It's fucking great.
A what channel?
I just play Seinfeld over and over again.
Seinfeld.
24 hours. Yeah, man.
7. Oh, how How apropos. I love it. Yeah. That's what I would do. You know, if I was a Mongo, I'd do that. That's okay.
You know the
So we-
final episodes when they were in court. How well together was that? How well put together was that?
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah. All the people come through, all the stories. All people
The
from
soup
the past
Nazi
come to
came.
court. Yeah.
Is that hilarious? Come on.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
The girl that got herpes from the tractor. You know.
All right.
Yeah. Any Globers except for Matthew?
I saw something tonight. It was a Caesar statue, and it was made into a knife holder. I thought that was pretty funny. I'm like, oh shit! If you want to stab Caesar every time you put your knives away, here you go. Do you guys think that's funny, or is that maybe not? I thought it was shocking, actually. I was like, I kind of red pilled there for a second, man. Why don't they have like Hitler, knife holders? What's wrong with these people?
Who's we've got Stella Luna in here. Stella Luna, are you there?
Ooh.
Hi.
Please help us.
Oh,
G'day.
shit.
Why am I helping you? What?
Where
Luna.
you're helping us get back on topic and stop talking about Seinfeld and knifing Caesar.
Oh, I don't really have anything to say. I like to listen to the bullshit. So
Oh man.
I'm a Gems frequenter. If that tells you anything.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Welcome.
So you
welcome
believe in
anyway.
the fairy tale ball?
What?
Yeah. That'd be cool.
The
Yeah.
ball that you think you live on?
That'd be cool. Yeah.
What? I don't understand it. What?
He's
Yeah.
accusing you of being a believer in the spherical shape of the surface of Earth.
Oh yeah.
What would your evidence for that be exactly? I think was the next one.
Satellite imagery, I guess.
Satellite imagery.
What if those satellites showed you a flat surface too?
Okay.
Then what are you going to do?
I'd be like, damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, and then you'd have to work
Great.
out some other way of
Easy.
working
I
out whether
guess
you live on
so.
a sphere or not. Yeah. Would you like to see the one from the Chinese space station?
Sure, why not?
All right. Does anyone have that handy? I'm driving. I'm offering stuff that I can't post at the moment. Anyone got that?
Dude, I don't have it personally.
Someone had it before. I think it was Plum Bob.
Vivian, maybe. Might be some.
Because then it would be contradictory, right?
Yeah.
Stella Luna.
Anyway,
So you'd be going, okay, my evidence that the Earth's ball is satellite images that show me a curved surface, and then you get these satellite images that show you not a curved surface. Then you go, oh shit, now my evidence is not that good anymore. How am I going to work this one out? Then you
I guess
probably
so,
have to
yeah.
go. Yeah, and then you go back to the surface. You go, all right, let's measure the surface. So how do we do that?
No.
Yeah, I know.
no, I don't know. Is that?
I know.
Yep.
Now, how long have you been in the subject?
I've spectated the subject, I guess, for a couple of years. I guess I don't know. I don't partake because I don't give a shit, and
Yeah.
I've never
Okay,
really
well,
been convinced by the doubter side. Sorry, but
Yeah, that's all right. That's fine.
cool,
But
man.
have you ever, like, I know you say you spend a lot of time in Jam Pandas, so you probably don't get to hear like a real conversation with the other side, right? You just get all these kind of weird flat earthers that go into Jam Pandas. Or maybe Jim.
I guess
He's not that
so.
weird, but yeah. Jin's alright. Jin doesn't. He's not weird.
Jin's pretty weird. I think if Jin's your standard for not weird, I think I know everything I need to know.
So, Jin from Japan? Jin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that Jin? Oh. Yeah. What makes
Yeah, that
him
guy's
weird?
demented.
You think he's
He
demented?
yells.
Whoa. That's whoa. I've known
He
Jin
does
for
yell a lot.
I've known Jin for years. What would you think that would make him demented?
The outbursts, the very quick to irritation, the inability to listen to anyone talking.
Really?
Impulse control.
Yeah, absolutely. That is not someone I would consider a sane individual at all.
Okay.
Well,
I can understand that.
impulse control is one thing.
I've had-
You got to take his words, and
Yeah.
like criticize them logically, because he could be speaking truth and just saying it loud and obnoxiously, but it's still true.
But he's very.
I mean, I disagree.
He's very enthusiastic. I've known Jin for the better of 8 years, and that guy is just enthusiastic. That's all.
It's one way to put it.
Enthusiastic about his position, and he's not moving. His position has not ever moved an inch. And
that's not like a good quality necessarily.
Well, it is when it is the truth, man. Like Fire's Hot. I'm not going to move an inch on Fire's Hot, bro. Are you?
Certainly, but we're not talking about Fire's Hot.
Yeah. I'm just, I'm making an
Have you ever,
person.
but Stella Luna, have you ever changed any views that you've got?
Certainly. Not the shape of the Earth.
Regarding the
That's
Earth?
pretty set in stone, but like.
Are you sure it's set in stone though?
Stone.
Yeah.
Stone.
In what way? Because your first argument was satellite pictures, and then we've got a contradiction already. So it's
but
not
you haven't even.
evidence.
None of you were even able to show me the contradiction. You all said, "Oh, we got it."
Okay, I'm driving, but there it is at 18 past the hour.
Oh, that's what you think? That's supposed to be like the flat Earth?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a contradiction. Your argument was the Earth from satellites is curved, and then we show you some pictures from satellites that show a flat surface, and you go, okay, well, which one is it? Right? I'm not saying that is.
How is that showing a flat surface?
What does that look like to you?
Looks pretty spherical to me.
Oh, fuck off.
18 past the hour.
It does. Are you? Is this for real?
What is it? A cylinder?
Is this for real, or is this the joke?
Right. I'm not gonna do it.
The joke is that you are claiming that your best arguments for a spherical Earth is images from space. So
and look, there's a spherical Earth right there.
Are you demented, like Jin?
I think he's on the wrong
What the
image.
hell?
I really think he's on the wrong image.
I'm not. I'm looking at what the motherfucker posted, dude.
11:18 past the hour.
Yes.
It's got the.
You think? Does that look flat to you?
wait.
Like genuinely?
Let me.
Oh my
ask
God! I think you're calling Jin demented because you're projecting.
We gotta drop this Mongo, bro. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I mean, I think I'm definitely in better mental shape than Jin, like pretty drastically.
No, you might be thinking of the wrong image. Seriously, because there's a globe.
What are you saying?
And then another globe.
There's only one image that looks to be a satellite image of the globe, and I'm looking at it.
Okay, can
it
you
looks
stop
like a globe to
talking for
me.
a second? The one that 18 past the hour, and it was posted by Grisp.
Yes.
And it says Timbo. That
Yep.
one.
That one.
Let's see.
It's got satellite parts hanging from up above, and then the horizon's flat and level, and there's some equipment and cameras and whatever satellites.
Now, can I get a link to the video so I could see more of it?
It's a screenshot. That's what it is.
Screenshot from the video.
Yeah, I know, a screenshot of a video.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is claimed to be taken.
Absolutely.
It's claimed to be taken from the same height as the ISS.
250 miles above Earth. That's
Okay.
what it looks like. That's what
So
they-
the
that's what
contradiction
Chinese-
is when they show you images from the ISS is curved. Now the Chinese is showing us images that are not curved. So why are we getting two different images? That's the contradiction.
There's probably like about a bajillion reasons there could be different images. It could be a different lens. It could be a different actual
Oh,
height. It could be
all right.
anything.
Could be gravity.
Okay, so now
I don't think China
now
has
your
shown us
argument-
like the truth of the flat Earth.
Gravity.
And you think America's shown you the truth, do you?
I mean, comparatively, yeah. Like
Okay, that would
has
make-
China declared that the Earth is flat as a result
Okay,
of this, or
this is not about that. This is about
Okay.
a contradiction in your argument. So now you don't have an argument, so you need a
but
new
I do
one.
have an argument because there are more satellite images that show a sphere.
Yeah, I know, and there's some that show flat. So you have a
Yeah, so that's not a
contradiction.
contradiction. That just means there's more than there's
Like
more
Tony.
information.
Okay, so there's more contradictions. That makes your argument worse.
That's not what that means.
Yes, it is.
That's not what it means, bro.
Girl, are
The
you
more
aware of?
contradictions, the weaker your argument is.
Yeah, I think you're getting a little overexcited, dude.
No,
I'm
are
not,
you
don't-
aware of?
We're just
Are you
having
aware
fun.
of,
bro. You have no idea.
lens distortion?
Exactly.
No, I've been listening to guys like you for a while. I know what you guys sound like, all piped up on
No,
pixie sticks
listen.
and whatnot.
Are you aware of?
What's up on what?
Forget the-
I just finished work. I'm not smoking anything. I'm fucking driving home from work. Yes, flat earthers do work. We
I
own
think she said
businesses. We have
pixie
companies.
sticks.
Oh, thank you for letting me know that.
Yeah,
But-
whatever.
Yeah.
man.
Stella, are you
So
aware
at
of
least,
lens-
at least you have
Oh.
stronger arguments
No.
than 100 contradictions, right?
See, this is what I mean by hopped up.
What do you mean hopped up? I'm just
Well,
Australian. If you don't like my accent, then don't worry
It's
about
not your accent.
it. It's not my
Oh.
accent. So what is it then?
It's the hopped upness of it.
What is it then, bro, man?
What
What's
hopped up?
your enthusiasm?
Yeah, that's one way to
Oh.
put it.
You're a little too excited, man. You gotta chill.
Sorry. How would you like me to talk to you then?
Yeah, a little.
Um.
That's better. There you go.
Sounds good to me.
So anyway, back on
I-
topic. Stella, are you aware of lens distortion? Do you know what that is?
I can imagine.
All right.
Fucking
I
hell.
can Google it. I got this,
Awesome.
bro. I got it.
Do you got it, or you want me to get it?
No, I'm just messing with you, bro.
Okay. Well, at the center of the lens, if you go above the horizon, it appears round. If you go if the center of the lens is with the horizon, it's flat as fuck. If you go lower than the horizon, it's concave.
It's concave.
Now, there are videos, I should say, taken from planes and things that claim to go real high. And when they're on the runway, they show a concave Earth.
On the
And then when
ground?
they go high, yeah, on the ground. I'll
Show.
post a picture on the
Oh,
ground, and it shows
Oh, you did that
concave.
last night too, bro.
Yeah,
Wait, more contradictions?
yeah.
But
And then when it goes up high, it shows concave, and then all of a sudden, when it pitches at the right angle, it shows it curved, and then everyone screenshots it. Oh, there's proof of curvature. It's like, yeah, but 10 seconds ago it was concave.
yeah, it's
Called lens distortion.
Yeah.
So are you saying it's actually concave?
Oh my god, you're one of them retards, are you? Did you
See,
listen
that's
to what
I
he
mean.
Did you listen
No.
to what he said?
Yeah, a little hopped up.
Yes, I am, because you're not listening.
I am playing power. I didn't make any inclinations that I was going to have a genuine. I don't know why you guys tried to have a genuine discussion. I'm here for
Alright,
my own
okay.
entertainment.
all right.
All right.
You know what? He said
Hey,
he's playing. Wait. He said he's playing a game right now.
He? Who, you talking to me?
Yeah,
Are you a
I'm a
he?
woman.
you're playing a
Are
game.
you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
Yeah.
Alright. So you're not here for a genuine conversation then?
No, I don't know. I said I wasn't
Okay. See you later.
All right. See you. Good luck. Good luck with that, bro. Let me know how that works out, man. I'm sure that'll be great for you.
Yeah, he's
There-
a weirdo.
There you go, Oblivion. So Oblivion posted this picture last night. We were talking to a couple of educated gentlemen, right?
Gaslighters.
Yeah. I mean they were educated. He had his buddy with him in the back there, kind of helping him out. But
Dude, he said it was flat. Look at
he
that. Is
said
that
this
flat?
was flat, bro. This is
They're
not
gaslighters. They're gaslighters.
yeah, and you can clearly see the tree line, making a dip from left to right, man. I mean, and then you got the straight line. Yeah, they were done, but they left thinking, oh, yeah, we got those flat earthers, man. We got them. And they said, no, that looks flat. That really was disturbing me. I was like, really? Okay. But it was the same thing we just went through just now with the freaking horizon from the Chinese thing. He's going, oh, it's a globe, man. It's definitely a globe, bro.
Are you saying that the Earth's concave, Oblivion?
That's exactly what I was saying. That's all she got out of that.
Yeah.
Still ignoring the contradiction.
Hey, that's what you guys deal with here day in, day out. Yeah. I'm not here every day in and out. I'm a late night guy. Yeah.
No, you're off working on the movie sets. I already know that. You're a secret movie star, mate.
Chilling on the beach, on the movie set. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure I got you picked, yeah. I watched a show the other night called, I think it was called SWAT. It's like a series, yeah?
Yeah.
And the guy that drives the truck, I think his name's Luca. He's you, man. It's got to be you. The way he talks, the way I imagine you'd look, the way you talk, you got to be same. Got to be the same dude.
All right, Luca. I'm the dude, man. I'm just a dude hanging out, checking out where we live. I didn't have any, high level education, but I'm a hell of a craftsman, and that helps. But yeah, do you guys think robots can pound out horseshoes? Does anybody think can a robot?
I reckon it's probably
I'm
possible.
talking about making a horseshoe. I don't know. You guys know blacksmithing? Is any
Man, I was only talking about this with someone today. Yeah, I think California's already got self-driving Ubers.
We do. Yes.
Yeah. If you want to know anything about, law cases, you want to go to court now, you can just ask ChatGPT. It'll write you a court document. It'll tell you where you're right and wrong. If you want to diagnose yourself, mate, there's going to be no doctors, there's going to be no artists, there's going to be no filmmakers, because everything is AI, yeah? There's going to be no blacksmiths because some fucking robot's going to be making horseshoes.
Yeah, but dude, I own like 27 horses, bro. I need some fucking horseshoes, bitch. Who's gonna is it some robot gonna pound out my horseshoes? I mean, come on.
You just need a
probably
3D
do now, don't
sintering
they?
device.
No, I don't think it's possible. And prove me wrong. I don't think a robot can pound out iron like a horseshoe. There's no way.
Do they mold inject them now though? Do blacksmiths hand make every horseshoe?
I got that, but I'm talking about traditional blacksmith trade. We could pound out a horseshoe. What, like in 45 minutes, maybe half hour? I don't know. Some machine can mold it in 27 seconds. Yeah, I get the difference. I get it. But there's no robot's going to pound steel, man. No, it's not going to happen. In my opinion, it's not going to happen ever.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You know what?
Not that they need to do it, so probably not. Do you know what I'm saying? But could they program a robot to do that? I think they probably can. I mean, they do everything else. They weld, They fabricate. They flip burgers. They.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So last, I don't know, back in January, February, I went to Arizona to watch a basketball game. My wife's nephew was playing. Anyway, but I got to the city, man, and there was all these self-driving cars, bro. They're everywhere. Self-driving cars. And it freaked me out, man. It was like I was in a movie. I was like, holy shit, the whole city's full of fucking self-driving cars. They're everywhere. And they were.
Flutter, dude, you always do this when you're trying to fill in dead air.
But,
It's the same story.
But it's the same one.
Is that why I got unmuted?
The fact is,
yes.
man, I never ever thought I would see a self-driving car in my life. I never thought I would see it. And there it was. And that, you know, we all go through these things, man. I never thought we would hang out in Discord like this, man. This is fucking awesome, bro. What a great format. Anyway,
I never thought the Earth was flat either.
well, I never thought the Earth was flat either. You're right. I didn't either, man. I was like total glober, man. I'm like Star Wars, Star Trek, you know, the fucking dude. Do you guys remember the fucking Jetsons? Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
The Jetsons was ingrained in my brain, man. When I was young, they had the Jetsons, bro. The Jetsons.
And instead,
What was the
you got
maid
Total
called?
Recall.
Total Recall, man.
Sorry, what was that, Jim?
What's the maid called in the Jetsons? She spoke like she was from Brooklyn or something, didn't she?
Yeah. It's New York. Yeah. Fuck off. Yeah.
She spoke like Nanny Fine.
Name. I don't know. I think of Molly. Is it Molly?
Something like that.
It's Molly, I think it was. Anyway, so yeah, the space age thing's been sold, man, going back to the 50s, all the way back to the 50s, man. I mean, that's 75 years ago, bro. I don't know. You know,
And now you've got the self-driving taxis like on Total Recall, except you don't have the little Johnny robot at the front.
no, we don't have no Johnny, bro. No Johnny.
Maybe they put him in there so it wasn't so. Maybe they put him in there so it wasn't so weird, because man, it'd be fucking strange having a car drive you around with no one in that driver's seat. I couldn't imagine it.
Hey,
There's no way
AJ,
I'm getting in that thing, mate.
AJ, this year I'm gonna do that, bro. That's one of my commitments to happening. Probably this summer, man. I'm gonna go ahead and rent one of those bitches, man, just to do it and say, hey, man, drive me, 4-10 blocks. I don't know. It's not gonna be far. I'm not gonna let that thing take me on a 30-mile ride, man. It's gonna be more like 2 miles. That's it. But yeah.
I'd never buy one of these anyway, because I was saying last night, I actually like driving. I drive a 79 Land Cruiser manual because I like driving. I like changing gears. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you said to me, oh, you can fly 3,000 Ks and go and visit me, or drive 3,000, I'd drive every time.
Yeah, I would too. You can't take an electric fucking Tesla around Fraser Island, can you?
I wonder, all right, can we equate like self-driving cars to, let's say, airline flight? I mean, in the last,
I don't know. Ask Stella Luna what she thinks about airplanes.
Oh boy, don't ask about females.
What's the deal with airline food?
No, not food. I love you, bro. Love you. That was perfect, bro.
That was funny.
That was great. Airlines fly every day, man. But it started back in the 50s, man. Before I was born. And it was like this luxurious thing to do, man. Get on a plane, have a steak dinner. Yeah.
Hey, Stella, what makes more sense? Like flying on a ball or flying on a flat surface?
You can make either work, really.
Wait, whoa.
Yeah, but what makes more sense though? Like,
What makes
Which
more
one wa-
sense?
Which one?
Yeah,
That's a really
you know how-
silly way to word the question.
well, they don't claim to adjust for anything, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
So wouldn't it make more sense that it's not curving?
No,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
you say so, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I was just trying to bring you into the conversation, but that's all right.
Oh, you don't have to do that.
Yeah, she's our non-chat GTP, the anti-chat GTP, the one that doesn't
This-
ever give
this-
me
I-
answers and says, "I don't know what the fuck." Don't ask me.
Ah,
I don't know what. Yeah, it's hilarious, bro. The non-chat GPT, bro. That. Write that down, man. Write it down, Oblivion. You'll thank me another day. That was fucking ace. Love it. That's like 20 years ahead of your time.
Well, she's just making it clear. I'm just listening, bro. Don't ask me shit.
But you said it.
Well, no, she said it. Don't ask me.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not-
you emphasized it and made it a point, which was, yeah. Ah, it was good. It was beautiful. Thank you. Hey, thank you guys for putting up with me. You know, I come in here to make fun of the most ridiculous claims I've ever seen in my life that we can't prove. That's weird. It's a problem. But it is funny.
but like exoplanets being Earth-like.
Yes, exactly. Exoplanets and black holes and all spinning universes and yeah.
Oh, what
I
about planet nurseries? Planet nurseries. That's another one.
Planet nurseries.
Yeah.
Ah,
That's where they go to grow.
All right, I got a question for Matthew. If Matthew's listening,
he's still here.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
yeah, you know, you've heard QE. He posted his chart of the graph of the airplane and the long, flat, no pitch. Right? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen that. Not super recently, but yeah.
You know what I mean, right? So the first time I saw that, I said, "Great! So now all the ballers have to do is identify what instrument reads this pitch and try to explain that." Right?
Yeah.
Do you have
Right.
any clue what instrument reads that and how it
Yeah,
does?
there is no
Can I
instrument
just
that
add
does
something
that.
there, Matthew, before you start?
No,
Shit.
he said-
Oblivion,
Wait.
yeah.
He said that.
Right.
Wait. He said there's no instrument for that. Mongos. Stop it.
Yeah. Hang on, but I do understand that this is being used as a flat Earth argument, and I haven't really heard a good rebuttal against it. And I do have my own reservations on using that argument. I'm not going to talk about them here, but I wanted to know what Matthew's argument would be. I suppose, like Oblivion said, what is the instrument that's used for that pitch data, and you know what is your rebuttal to that? That plane flight, Matthew.
Yeah, sure. Planes typically just need to know their pitch compared to the ground directly underneath them, and that's the the pitch altitude or pitch attitude indicator. If there were going to be some pitch that had to account for the curvature of the Earth, it would involve having the nose of the aircraft 0.02 inches lower than if the Earth were flat. So that difference is irrelevant, and therefore you don't need an instrument for it.
So you're saying that the nose wouldn't have to pitch down around to curve around the Earth, to fly around the Earth as such?
That's right.
So what device is that? A pitch attitude indicator. Isn't that the artificial horizon?
Yeah, that's the artificial horizon that tells you the pitch above the ground directly beneath you.
What
So,
device
Matthew-
is that called? Like inside, is that a gyro? I mean, like what is the mechanical device?
Yes, it's a gyro.
Yeah, I think it's a gyroscope, but it has it has pendulous vanes on it, and there's other equipment. It's pretty complicated.
Whatever. I mean, yeah, it's complicated. But just the fact that it's a gyro is complicated, in my opinion.
But you're maintaining a horizontal, aren't you? Then you're using the horizon.
Yep.
Yeah, the instrument is the artificial horizon instrument that shows you what direction the plane is compared to the ground underneath you. So basically, the direction of down, what the pitch is compared to that. And aircraft typically fly, as far as I know, with a pitch attitude of like positive 2 or 3% in cruise speed.
Yeah, that's right. 1 to 3 positive. Yep.
So how does that, like, I'm lacking the terminology here because it's like they show this graph and it's just little, minor corrections across, what is it, 1,000, I don't know, 600 miles or however many miles it was. So you're saying basically,
yeah, you're
all right. I'm trying to formulate. All right, I'm working hard to try to formulate a question, I guess.
All right. So you take off from 500 miles an hour, and you have to go south to catch up with the Earth spin at 1,000 miles an hour. You have to make up that at speed.
Yep.
And there's no mechanism, there's no training for this if you're a pilot. And nobody ever explains it to you. They just treat the Earth as flat and stationary because they're pilots. And yeah, it's kind of busts the pilots. Mongo's, I have to make up this speed, man. I got to make it up.
They don't have to make it up because the wind sort of starts moving faster and faster the farther south you go. So it's basically just in the wind.
Dude, I've heard that it's hidden in the winds argument. Yes, we've gone back to that a couple of years ago.
No, I wouldn't say it's hidden. It's just there.
It's hidden in the winds. Yeah, I got you. So yeah, it's a physics nightmare, man. It's a physics nightmare flying on a globe. It is, in my opinion. You're fucked. Yeah, you take off from Toronto to go to Ecuador. Yeah, you got some calculations to do, bro. But they don't do them. They never do them. They don't have to do them because they just treat it as flat and stationary. And I'll stick with that till the day I die, man.
Well, so when they're flying long distances, they don't treat it as flat and stationary as far or flat as it when they're navigating because the flight paths match the globe. It's hard to see how they'd fit on the flat Earth, especially flights in the southern hemisphere.
Well, you and I have always seen the flight patterns you could pull up today right now. Where's every single flight in the world? And they got a map for it. And they got a GPS for it. And we can see where these planes fly to and where they land. And, throughout the day, thousands of them, take off and land perfect. Because it's a flat stationary plane, not because it's a spinning globe, because they don't account for that, bro. They don't. I mean, if they do, let me know. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I was just saying things like flights from Sydney to Santiago, Chile are both in the southern hemisphere, and they never cross the equator.
Well, back in the day, people say that those flights used to fly north, and they would, make like a triangle flight
You mean they have a stop in between, like a layover somewhere?
Yeah, there's like a stop back. I mean, I'm talking about back in the day when I was looking at those flight patterns. Yeah, but it changed somewhere like 2020, maybe. It changed. They went, oh, we got flights that go here to here. That's it. It's a globe. Like, okay. But yeah, flight patterns are interesting. The way aerodynamics works, the way that the plane takes off and lands. I mean, those are all beautiful things that we can check out. That if you're flying on a flat stationary plane and you land on a flat stationary plane, then it's really easy. Just like, we got thousands of flights every day that go everywhere in the world. And according to the data that we all can check out, I mean, it looks like those planes are going there and landing. I've flown to Hawaii. It works. Fuck yeah, it works every time. I love flying.
I want to go back to Hawaii. I was there for 2 days. That's it.
So good, bro. It's so great. It's the greatest place I've ever been.
California is the best place, but Hawaii's a good place.
Great. Don't get me wrong, man. Hawaii's first, bro. I mean, if you can chill out in Hawaii, I knew guys that lived there on the beach for like a year at a time. It was like every day was beautiful and great and sunny and the wind blow. It never gets cold. It never gets cold in Hawaii, bro. Like the lowest temperature is like 70. Okay,
Matthew, why is California better than Hawaii?
It's not.
We've got redwoods, we've got the ocean, we've got Big Sur, we've got mountains, we've got beaches. I have a buddy I've never done it who surfed in the morning and then went skiing in the evening, stuff like that.
I did it just to do it back in the 80s. I did it. Yep. I'm your guy, Matthew. You can quote me, bro. I surfed and went up to the mountains and skied within 24 hours. Okay. So I surfed in the morning and then got in my car and drove up to Wrightwood. I think it was. It wasn't that far from Huntington, really. Like maybe an hour and 20 minutes. Boom. I show up at the Wrightwood. Got my ticket. I'm up the lift. Boom. Yeah, I did it one day. But it wasn't like I surfed in the 24 hours.
Yeah, so California is great because we have the most rights for all of the trans people and all the libtards too. I mean, progressive people of progressive persuasion.
Oh, Matthew,
you're not making any sense.
Matthew. I've known you long enough to know that was a joke. 100%. That was a hilarious joke too, man. Thank you. Sometimes you gotta just, take a laugh at it.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, man. I mean,
I'm tired of that shit.
Well, I think but it is a very difficult subject, because at the end of the day, I don't agree with some of that stuff, but I've been to California and I've been places, and I like the freedoms that I had there. Yeah, I was able to govern myself, I suppose. I mean, there's a lot of restrictions in Australia, so it was good in that aspect that we were a lot more free, but then I suppose everybody has to have that freedom as well, and some people take that to the extremes, if you want to say it that way.
Yeah, there's fatigue with all that far left bullshit. We're fatigued with that crap. It's been pushed to the point where people are like pushing back, and it's just retarded.
Hey, guess what, man? They've been pushing outer space and the globe really hard. They even had to bring in Katy Perry, man. I mean, come on. She's a headliner. I mean, they had to go full tard to, keep selling space, bro. They had to go full. Yeah, they went full Katy Perry.
Full Mongo.
Well,
Full Mongo.
Don't all the astronauts have a star on the boardwalk there or whatever it's called?
Yeah. Yes, they do. They do have a star. Yes.
Isn't that just for actors?
Mm-mm. I think it is for actors. Yeah, exactly. Good point. Good point, AJ. Yeah, it's for actors. Armstrong, Buzz, Michael Collins. Yeah, they got stars on the Walk of Fame, bro. That's a great point. I love it. I love when shit comes together sometimes. I love it. I love it every time it comes together, but sometimes the stars align. Have you guys ever heard that term? The stars align. The stars align. Okay. That's cool.
I still suspect Doge might come across NASA's budget and be like, why do you have $600 billion for CGI?
Yeah.
No, whatever technology. It's like, what do they call that? Oh, what do they call that? It's where they reach out and it's like they're touching shit that isn't there. And
like the VR?
Yeah, but it's worse than VR. It's like beyond that.
Beyond VR?
What it was called.
What's the next level of VR?
Oh, I forget what it was called.
Dude, what's beyond virtual reality, man? I mean, are we living in virtual reality now? Or
no, I forget what it was called. It was.
Damn, what the hell is it?
Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue too.
You'll get it. You'll get it, bro. Dude, they poisoned us with kinds of crazy shit. Spraying shut. Anyway, that's another day. But yeah, the observation of reality is the scientific method, in my opinion. Observation of reality. Yep. Are we looking at a fire, or is that just some imagination and I'm just a brain in a jar? Yeah. Fire's hot, man. I don't know. Did you guys ever check out that Fire's Hot? Anybody? That'd be cool.
That's one of the first things I taught my kids, what hot was, because we had a wood-fired stove in the house.
Yeah.
So I went and put their hand near it when they were very young, realized it was hot, and they never ever touched it again.
Yeah. That's why I love that argument, AJ, is like these Mongols come in with all these crazy. Can you agree with me that fire's hot? And half of them will not do that, bro. They will not agree that fire's hot. And once they say that, man, we have to move on. Like, dude, good luck. See you, bro. Fire's hot? Yeah, fire's hot for sure, 100%. I know that. I checked it out. Don't have to believe anybody. You know that fire's hot. And that's it, man. If you can't agree with that, man, you're not really worth talking to, in my opinion. Forget it. You're toast, bro. You're done. So, but if you agree with that, that's cool. We're good. Let's carry on with some other physical things that we can check out. What else you got? You got some gas pressure. You got some distance to the sun. Distance.
Right now, I'm washing dishes. Very exciting.
I love washing dishes. I don't know about you guys. But I'm a dishwashing mongo, bro. I'm the guy. Like, you want these dishes washed? I worked with a chef, man. He told me, man, if your hands aren't burning when you hit the water on those dishes, man, that shit's hot, man. Shit's got to be hot. Anyway, it was ingrained in my brain that I had to make sure that the water was really hot when I wash the dishes, bro. Don't you mess around. Speaking of hot, is the sun hot when it's over your head? And is the sun colder when it's more to your horizon? Is that a complicated question? Maybe.
I don't know why, but
they'd make it very complicated.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but when I went to Mexico as a kid, I got fried by the sun, dude.
Yeah, you did.
I got freaking fried.
Yep. And it was, the sun was right over your head. But when it's on the horizon, it's colder. I mean, am I just imagining this, or?
It's kind of a strange concept if you think about it. It's like, okay, how far away is the sun? All right, it's 60,000 billion trillion miles away. All right, tilt of the Earth. What's the differential? It's a couple hundred miles.
23.4 degrees.
So that difference makes all that difference in the world? Holy shit. What's going on?
Yep. What's going on, man? Oh,
No, seasons are caused by the tilt of the sun, not the distance of the sun.
Tilt of the sun or the tilt of the earth?
Matthew, tilt of the earth. You said the tilt of the sun, bro.
Yeah, where the sun is in the sky, basically.
Yeah. And how many miles are we tilting exactly? Closer.
The distance is irrelevant.
Whoa. Wait. What do you mean it's irrelevant? That's not fair, bro.
But the distance only changes like 2%, so it doesn't make much difference.
Wait. Okay. I love that appreciate the information. So
I think that's the argument, though.
Yep.
What's the argument?
2%. Well, the argument would be that the tilt in distance towards the sun is only 2% of the actual. So it's negligible. So they're saying, why such a temperature variance when there's such a small distance in that tilt?
Right.
Does that make sense?
The distance deviation should be irrelevant considering the distance. But the intensity is significant.
3 fucking million.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. In fact, in the northern hemisphere, the sun is closest in January and farthest in July, or something like that. Maybe.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
Yep. So we're saying the distance doesn't have much effect on the temperature, on the seasonal temperature.
Yet the intensity is significant.
Right, because it's the angle of the sunlight hitting the surface of the earth that makes the biggest difference. In other words, how high the sun is in the sky. And also how much it's up. Like obviously the sun isn't up as many hours in January as it is in July in the northern hemisphere.
Right. So in July 21st, June 21st.
June 21st is the longest day.
The sun is right over our heads, Matthew. And
Not quite. If we're at the Tropic of Cancer, it is, but not farther north than that. It's a little bit south.
Let me ask you this. So in September, when it's even farther south, we get some of the hottest temperatures we've ever had, right?
Yeah, so there's a little bit of delay just because the longest day isn't the hottest day. It's just when it's been really hot for weeks on end. That's when we end up with the hottest temperatures in like July, end of July, August, September, even though those aren't the longest days.
Right. But wait, well, June 21st is the longest day, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. So after that, the sun starts to head south.
Yep.
Away from us. Yeah. By January, it's way down there, right?
Yep, it's by December 21st, it's shining on Witsit for 24 hours in a row.
Wait, well, you Mongo.
Well, I mean, last December it was anyway.
Yeah, last December. Yeah.
That was already December. Fuck.
Yeah, we're into.
Yeah, where's Witsit? Okay, I've not seen him upload a video in a while.
He did a couple of live streams about
Oh yeah,
some Israel kind of stuff. I don't know.
Wait, what? Back up. What?
Witsit did a couple of live streams about I think it was the Palestinian Israel conflict.
Oh no.
Yeah. That's what I got.
Which direction did he sway?
If you guys correct me, I'm cool with that, but that's what I watched.
Which direction did he sway?
Part of it.
I'm guessing pro-Palestinian.
I'm guessing Israel.
No, he thinks that Israel is populated by some posers who aren't really the true Israelis.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Bit of
I think so. Yeah.
It's a bit of a conundrum at this point. I'll say that it's a bit of a conundrum. Hey, welcome to welcome to Flat Earth, you guys. Hey, every single airline pilot I've ever talked to treats the Earth's flat and stationary, bro. And it's been like 15 of these guys I've interviewed over the years. And hey, man, they all treat it as flat and stationary, man, because they're airline pilots on major airlines. Major. United, American, Delta, you name it, bro. These guys,
dude, keeping it on track.
You know what? Every single one of those pilots has told me in my face that I met in person, said, "Hey, man, we treat it as flat and stationary," and that's how we fly from California to Europe or wherever. They just treat it as flat and stationary, bro. And if anybody has a training manual or a flight manual that says otherwise, I'm going to stick with those guys, man. I'm sticking with my bros, man, that I met in person that said, "Hey, man, we just treat the fucking Earth as flat and stationary, and we fly from here to there, and we get there every fucking single time. Because if they didn't, they'd be dead. They'd be done. We don't calculate for curvature or Coriolis or spin, nothing. Yeah, you guys are Mongos, bro. And if any pilot wants to come in here and prove me wrong, I'm willing to, hear them out.
Hey, Matthew, I predicted we need what is it called? The final experiment part 2 flight.
Yes.
Across Antarctica. Or just a polar flight. But a flight across Antarctica should be enough. Wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah, but if you're just looking out the window of a plane, it's not going to prove much because it's going to be hard for people to verify where they're at, I guess.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, you got to get out there on foot with those maps. Sled dogs, stuff that.
They should be able to fly over it, though.
I don't think they allow you to just, in case of environmental tragedies, if a plane happened to go down.
That is such bullshit. It's like, where's the worst place to crash? Where's the worst place to crash? How about over a city? Right?
Well, no, according to these guys, no. Because it's a pristine environment out there.
Oh.
Correct.
I'm going to put you in the retard squisher. Just for saying that, AJ.
No, it's true. There's a lot of rules in there in Antarctica about that. It's crazy.
I know, but it's funny. If you say it out loud, it sounds retarded.
Yeah. They got these silly rules everywhere.
Silly. Very silly, brother. Silly rules. Crazy rules. Yes. Crazy rules, man. Well, it was a black hole that sucked in the actual gravity that was never existent in your reality, but the black hole sucked in the gravity and everything was cool, man. Once the black hole sucked in the gravity, man, we're all good. Everything was good. It totally worked out because, we all went through the black hole and checked it out. We checked out that black hole, man. We went over there.
And therefore a glob.
Therefore, it's 100%. It's a glob. It's totally glob of stellar space, Big Bang cosmology stuff, man. That totally worked it out, man. God was amazing. He figured it. He globular sized, gravity and everything. He was a busy guy. He's a very busy guy. Yeah, figure it all out, and scientists proved it. Those scientist guys, they proved it. They went to the moon, man. I mean, come on. They went to the moon. What other great achievement could they do, man? When they went to the fucking moon, man.
Dude, they even brought back some rocks that you can look at.
They brought back some rocks that you and I could never check out. But
and if you look at the pictures, they're super happy that they went there. They had a great time.
Yeah, they went there. They had a good time. Yeah. And they looked great when they were like meeting Nixon in the Airstream there, yeah.
That is interesting that they didn't look like they had a good time. Now, I'll admit that the actual physical suck of the trip, it actually sucked.
Yeah.
If it really happened. But when they got back in front of the cameras, they did just looked like they screwed somebody's cat or something. I don't know what. They had this look on their face.
Well, you got to watch the whole video, not just cherry pick screenshots. Just watch the whole video.
Dude, you would totally go. You would totally go, man. No one's turning down a trip to Antarctica.
Let me ask you, Matthew. Do you think I not watched the whole thing? Do you think I had?
No, I don't know. It sounds like from what you're saying, you probably have.
Yeah, of course I have. And it is no matter what, you watch the whole thing, it looks I don't know.
You don't think they went?
Deceitful. It looks deceitful, in my opinion.
Oh my god!
So
Come
listen,
on, dude.
But they're
Come.
like Navy nerds and
I
like
get it,
engineers. They're not PR like actors. They're just like awkward dudes.
But when Michael Collins said, "Hey man, I don't remember seeing any stars," that became an issue amongst people that look into this stuff. Say, hey man, why did Michael Collins not see any stars? He was rotating around the moon for like what, couple of days worth. And he's like, yeah, I didn't see any stars, bro.
Well, that's 3 days there, 3 days back. Down
And it was like, wait a
they were
minute,
on the moon.
Michael Collins, the guy that orbited the fucking moon for what? Yeah, he didn't see any stars. He don't remember seeing any stars, bro. And I find that very, suspicious. If you guys want to, correct me on that one, that's cool, man. But I just find that super,
They might have not been trained Justin Biebers to act all enthusiastic, but they seemed really enthusiastic prior to the trip.
But Michael Collins didn't see any stars. What? Wait a minute, bro. That's a problem. In my opinion.
Most of the time it was daytime. You don't see stars in the daytime. They were in the sun most of the trip.
He was circumnavigating the moon for what? I get
like 2 days. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't look out the window at nighttime.
Yeah. I mean, he wouldn't have looked out and said, "Oh my God, there's Orion, there's Andromeda." He would have been all over that shit, man. But he didn't see any stars, bro. And he was the guy that didn't even land on the moon, man.
Like, what the fuck else was he?
What the fuck? He didn't see any stars. That's suspicious to me, bro. I mean, come on, admit the suspicion or fuck off, man. Admit it, please.
Oh yeah, I would have looked out the window if I were him.
Why would he say that shit? I don't remember seeing any stars. That just drives me bananas because he should have seen all kinds of stars orbiting the moon for, a day and a half or.
Okay, let me ask you this. So, Flat Earth Dude, have you seen any stars tonight?
No.
Okay. Isn't that suspicious? Because there have been stars out all night long.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
That's the shitty argument.
Really, you see what I mean? I mean, like, yeah. I saw a star.
It's just an everyday average Joe, everyday night. I'm just floating around the moon.
I'm just floating around the moon for a couple of days, a day and a half, whatever. I didn't see any stars, bro. What? Wait a minute.
Dude, every time I'm on an airplane, my ass is glued to the window. Come on.
Guy, bro. This is Michael Collins that orbited the moon while Neil and Buzz went down there and, planted the flag and, got busy with it.
Chances are he was shitting his pants the entire time, so he didn't bother looking out. Like,
yeah. Michael Collins was busy looking out. Yeah, no. I don't remember seeing any stars, and that's just weird, man. Why would you?
Well, obviously, the most interesting thing to look at was the moon right next to him, and so I don't know if the window was always pointed down or if the window was pointed up where he could see stars. I don't know any of that.
How many windows were there? Just one?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I think
was the window tidally locked to the moon?
Oh shit!
Well, for part of it was when they were doing the rendezvous, I think, but I don't know.
That brings us back to the question.
I think if I went to the moon, I would be too terrified to look outside.
You'd be too terrified. So is the ISS tidally locked to the moon? Like,
That's where we
Like-
started, bro.
that's where we
What
started.
do we call it? The cupola.
I don't even
Yeah.
remember.
Damn.
Like the ISS is obviously evidently going around the Earth, right? So how is it fixed in what position? Just like the moon, is it tidally locked to the Earth?
Yeah.
I think
As it
they
goes
do
around?
try to have the cupola always facing down, and I think it might be tidally locked.
No
I mean,
shit.
they'd have to like do it on purpose, though.
They're constantly thrusting to maintain.
No, all you have to do is rotate it once per 90 minutes, and then as it goes around, it matches. You don't have to thrust to do that.
Wait, so it does what? Nothing or something?
It rotates on its axis once every 90 minutes, which also is the period of its orbit. So as it orbits, that rotation matches, and the same side is pointed at the Earth the whole time.
So it doesn't have to do anything. It just is fixed.
Yeah, like the moon. Same thing. The moon is not being... there's no force. There's no thrust on the moon. But these are my guesses. I don't know how they actually do stuff.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone.
Oh, hello, Sethy Boy Rich.
Yes, sir. 1 second, I will be right back. How's everybody doing tonight?
Not bad.
So, any discourse that you guys had today?
No, not a lot. This afternoon since I've been in.
I had to work. I hate, like, I can't, I kept joining and then coming back and then joining and coming back. But then I was in, like, other servers, stuff like that. So, anything new in the chat?
No, nothing new.
YouTube seems to be doing well.
Yeah, I haven't checked it or looked at it.
I'm promoting it. Yeah, the views are coming up.
I'm out. I'm going to cook dinner. Catch you all later.
Promoting the channel. And I get some more people to at least, come here with good faith and learn some things that they don't know. Because I've been doing research for the last, like, 48 to 72 hours. And I've learned so much, and these guys really know what they're talking about. So,
Quiet room. Everybody fall asleep while in the chat.
Hey, morning, John.
How's it going, man?
Morning. I think there's some activity in the other room, but I haven't heard anyone speak yet this morning. Well, how are you, brother? Was every...
I'm holding it together. They got me stabilized here. Same shit, different day, bro. I'm back at the hospital, but I should be home tomorrow. Just woke up though, and I'm kind of bored because there's no, like, my wife was asleep, so I'm just sitting here alone. I figured I'd hop into the chat and see what's going on, and everybody's quiet. So. But I hope y'all have an awesome day, regardless of what time it is where you're at.
Yo.
Hey, Kimbo, I hope all is well, bro.
Yeah, bro. I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm good. They've got me stabilized. Oh, Roots must have dropped out.
Yep.
Same shit, different day. I'm good.
Yeah. Well, that kid Spiral or something? I just saw the notification.
Roots got a call probably in the middle of his sentence when he cut out like that.
Yeah, he's
he's on standby for calls as well.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, cool. But
yeah, the kid spiraled in the chat, man. What the hell? I was like,
what the hell happened to him?
Yeah, I posted the. Wait, he deleted his chat now? Where would it go?
No, I deleted.
Oh, you deleted? Okay, yeah. I don't know what happened. It just out of nowhere started spamming crap in the chat.
Yeah, I missed it. Man, our first combo with Seth was pretty good too, so it took him a while to spiral.
Yeah, well,
I mean, Dandelion talked to him, but then he did spiral shortly after that, so she kind of revoked her, she'd give him kind of a thumbs up, a little bit of approval, but then he spiraled then too, so. He might be just working out the cognitus. I hope he comes back, gets that brain fixed.
Yeah, I'm just waking up early, and then I'm trying to sit here, do some work real quick, all right? And next thing you know, I saw the notification. I'm like, what the hell happened to the kid? He was okay yesterday, right? But then, yeah, maybe a little bit too much drinking.
Yeah, I think he's doing too much. Folks don't need to Discord and drive. It's just as bad as drunk driving. You can still wreck.
Yeah.
Just wreck your ego instead.
Yeah, Roots, man, what's going on, brother? I saw you jump in and out. Maybe you got disconnected or something.
Businessman doing big business. I'm kidding. Roots is a working man now. He's doing his thing.
Yeah, I just saw him unmuted, so we didn't hear him talking, so.
Yeah.
Your mic is not working.
I think now I think he tried to unmute and Discord booted him, because it does that to me all the time.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, welcome back, man.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Yeah, I've got this, my Discord does this thing. If I walk away from the Wi-Fi, like if I'm down the garden, it will just, all sound will stop. So I have to reconnect. It's really strange.
Yeah.
But I'm glad. How are you?
I feel you. Yep. We good, bro.
Yeah, I have to use my phone's data in order to talk on Discord because the network at the hospital blocks Discord. So I have to bypass it using my own data, and I can't even do that in half the rooms here because the interference. I don't think they even have a blocker. It's just interference.
Well, you're at the hospital.
Yeah, that's why I said same shit, different day, man. I'm okay. They got me stabilized. I don't feel like I'm not. It's not fit for the live stream to talk about personal things.
Yeah. Oh shit! I hope everything's all right, bro. I hope you're cool.
Fine.
Wait, I thought you came back the other day, right? Or you went back? Or you still there?
They're probably releasing me tomorrow. It's not a big deal. Same shit, different day, bro. Like I said, not
we'll
fit
get
for the
better
subject here. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing well, and I hope somebody comes in here to get the conversation started. Oh,
Yeah.
Mr. Seth Boy Rich is back.
Yeah, you cut off, bro. You cut off for the night. Go get some rest or something, Zeti boy. Whatever happened to you, my friend? Like, remember, the next time you come here, you're gonna apologize to us again. Yep. So just take some rest. You know, whatever you got to do. Tomorrow's a new day.
Yeah, mercies can be renewed daily, and I would rather not engage in a conversation with somebody who's already a bit upset, because I don't want that on the live stream either. You can come back and spiral again tomorrow.
What did he spiral about?
Apparently, he already did. I missed it though.
Check the back chat, Root. Check the back chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll check it in a bit.
And I'll say I make the decision not to speak to him out of kindness. I'm not being nice. I'm just being kind. Man, one of the doctors told me I need to cut back on coffee, and I'm thinking that's blasphemy. Paraplegic's not going to like that.
What's the coffee causing issues with you?
Something about caffeine. I don't know. That's what they were trying to say, and there might be something to it, but I'm just joking about the fact that it sounds like blasphemy to me. I need my coffee. But they're probably right. The acid bubble in it is actually the issue.
Yeah. Go for the alkaline stuff.
Yeah. I have a problem with people pointing out the wrong issue. Like, they could be correct technically, but then they're wrong about one specific point, and they won't concede to that. And then that causes issues with my conversations with folks. Like, historically speaking, the word marijuana means a mixture of herbs. So technically catnip and tobacco is marijuana. You don't have to have cannabis in it. But yet they have certain things in their code that's related to that. I just think it's funny. They don't know the difference between marijuana and cannabis.
Holy shit, I didn't know the difference.
It's a Mexican word, and it means a mixture of herbs, so you don't necessarily have to have THC in it for it to be marijuana. It could just be a mixture of different flowers in a bag. Like, what the hell's in there? I don't know. Which that makes sense for it to be dangerous and risky. You don't know what the hell's in the bag. But a bag of cannabis is what it is.
Well, every day's a school day. That's interesting.
Yeah. And I'm going to digress now because that subject is also not fit for here. But that is an etymological fact. I'd love for somebody to hop in here so we can talk about the history of the word gravity.
Yeah. I'd love to talk about gravity today.
You know how we talk about big G gravity versus little G gravity? There's big A Aether and little A Aether. Big A Aether is actually a primordial god of light. Little A is upper air that burns brighter shines. A lot of folks are worshiping big A Aether, and that's problematic too.
So explain that again. What big A and little A Aether?
The big A Aether is a primordial god from like ancient Greece, and little A Aether is upper air that burns bright or shines, and that explains a lot. It speaks volumes. That's why some folks are actually literally worshiping Aether, because it's a god.
So which culture had Aether as a god?
Greek.
What? I don't remember a god called Aether.
It's also connected to this primordial deity named Nyx, which has to do with darkness.
Nyx. Right.
N-Y-X. Nyx.
Sounds like a Pokemon.
Yeah.
So I guess Aether wasn't one of the classic gods then, like Zeus, Hermes. He wasn't one of
It's
those.
primordial.
Primordial.
And the thing is there, to me, it's a globe thing. The Aether thing, the big A Aether is a globe claim.
Right.
It's tied into all their shit. So there's certain things QE is that he is absolutely bullseye on point. Yep. They're worshiping it like a god.
Sounds like somebody's been doing some research.
Yeah, man. Never stop learning until you're dead.
Good man. I'll look into that. Aether. I didn't know Aether was a god. That changes the context in a lot of the Globy claims, right?
Yeah, and it explains a lot when it comes to people's passion about it, how they feel, because they get into their feelings too, some of these folks.
Oh, they sure do.
I have a feeling that this is going to cause major cog dis amongst the Aether bros, the Aether boys. They're not going to like the fact that Aether is a primordial god.
They should know that by now, really, if they're going to be all about Aether.
Especially when it comes to those who know, like, ancient scriptures and things. You got to study to show yourself approved.
I was listening to a geocentrist debate a heliocentrist on Aether. He did a really good job, though. Like, I was really impressed. I mean, there is a strong case for that background medium, man. Whether you want to make specific claims about it or not, there has to be a background medium, right? Like the Aether or something similar. I don't know if you can hear me, by the way. I've got bad.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm more thinking about the fact that it's just so weird that it's an ancient god, and then thinking about people's reactions to the conversation. So the reactions speak volumes. But yeah, that's why I like to make a distinction between the big A and little a version of Aether, same way we do with big G gravity. I really think the problem isn't necessarily glowing gas. It's more of all the esoteric woo stuff people combine with it, and then they'll start making claims based off of beliefs. It gets real weird very fast.
Robert Bennett, that's who I was listening to. Have you heard of him? Robert Bennett, PhD.
I think I recognize the name, but I'm not sure if I've actually heard anything that he said. I probably have. It's just in the back of my memory. Because I do recognize the name.
Yeah, he has his own model. He calls it the geostatic model. So he says that there is full proof that he can prove that the Earth is in a state of rest, and that the stars rotate around us, and that we have a medium that he calls the aether, that determines sort of everything's connected to it.
Yeah.
But he says it's geostatic, not geocentric. I thought, I like that.
Yeah.
Never really heard of anyone say geostatic before, though I know most people mean that, but I think that's like very specific.
That is one of the key points about a lot of this discussion is those, I won't call them experiments, these tests people tried to run. All it did was prove that the Earth is inert.
The Earth is a what, bro?
Inert.
Oh, inert, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Inescapable conclusion.
Yep, if the Earth is inert, then the stars and the sun and any other thing that lights in the sky we see, it's moving overhead.
Imagine what it feels like to be like Jaren or one of these flat earthers who went back to the ball, all because of like some sky observations, but still knowing deep down that it's stationary, that there's no actual direct evidence, that gravity is just basically relative density or specific gravity. Like, this must really sort of play on your mind as a flip-flop sort of converter. Like, I would hate to be in that position, to not have that clarity, because if you've gone from flat Earth back to the globe, you haven't gone because of direct evidence. You've gone because of some sort of rhetoric. That must be a confusing position to be in, man.
Hey, this whole thing separated the believers from the knowers. So anybody who they had a belief about it, their belief was questioned. And in all likelihood, it crumbled because they didn't have knowledge related to their belief.
Oh shit, I just saw your link here. So in Greek mythology, Aether was the personification of the bright upper sky. So this was the personification of the ether, this picture here, this god.
Yeah, that's my point, is there's a lot of books out there that are giving off very much religious worship type vibes towards Aether. Just warning against it, it's not a good idea.
Never heard of this.
To me, it explains a lot too. The way people react about it, the emotions, it explains a lot.
That's pretty cool. Well, that's something to research today.
So at this point, Aethergris means blaspheming against Aether.
Against the primordial god.
Yes, blasphemy against the primordial god known as Aether. I will gress his entire position. Egress?
So, is there a, in the Egyptian mythology, they have Nut, and Nut is what we would describe in the Bible as the firmament, Nut. Do the Greeks have a name for the firmament? Because obviously Aether's the highest.
Yeah.
But then do they have a name, a god for the container? That's another thing as well. A lot of people conflate the personifications as actual gods. Like, it's only in recent, like, after the fact that we call them deities, but actually a personification is just a symbol or a representation of. So to say that, you know, this was a god that people worshipped, I don't believe that. In fact, I don't believe...
Atlas.
Atlas?
It seems like Atlas would be the one that holds up the earth and the sky, or things related to that. I
Oh,
think
yeah,
Atlas
yeah,
would
yeah.
be the
Okay, yes, because he held it
Greek
up, didn't he, I
counterpart.
suppose?
Yeah. Well, to me, the way I define the word worship is the worthyship of something. So if somebody finds something worthy to keep in their mind and think about, then they're giving it worship. The way I look at it, it's designed to worship. So we don't really have a choice. We'll worship something. We get to choose what we worship, but not whether or not we worship.
Yeah, I just think they've told us this convenient story that they were polytheistic.
Yeah.
But I'm not so sure. I don't know. The more you look into it, the more you start to see that these gods were basically like our version of memes. They weren't actually supposed to be deities to begin with. They were personifications.
Like turn a phrase type thing.
Like an essence, yeah. Like Nut is the essence of everything firmament, and Ra is the essence of the sun, but just the name.
Yeah, but then there is a lot with the heliocentric lore that comes from all this. Folks hold that as part of their kind of monkey ball religion thing at this point. They think it's science, but it's philosophy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then through philosophy, they turn them into deities. But it's like saying, you know, like personas, like the what they called. Oh my god, I haven't woken up properly yet. The archetypes. It's like saying, oh look, these archetypes, these were the gods of the modern era. Like, no, they're archetypes. How do you convince someone that the archetypes aren't gods when they don't have access to the civilization? I could see how that could happen, and now these archetypes are gods. And they have deeper meaning, so it's deep. You know what I mean? People don't question it then. Oh Lord Giga Chad. Which is not a real archetype, but you get my point.
Yeah.
Praise Pepe. God of sarcasm.
To me, because I consider religion to be bondage, it's a good thing to try and break those bonds.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think it should have any effect on your spirituality. I think flat Earth is a strong foundation for a belief in God. I think once you've got a strong foundation, then you can move on to challenging, you know, conventions.
Yeah.
I think if you're just a brain rot individual, I would probably be encouraging you to join a religion. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Horses for courses, mate. Because religion can give you that structure, can't it? And that community and that faith.
I look at it as being a huge problem when people don't question things, though. Like, even their own worldview, they won't question it. Because everybody's got flaws in their worldview, regardless, even if it's a small flaw. And if one won't question that, that small flaw can become a big one very quickly.
I honestly think we're like, you know, Plato's cave? I genuinely think in terms of like history and knowledge of self, I think we're in Plato's cave to a point where the deception is the cave represents the deception, and we're chained, and there's only so much information we can go on. And some people have seen behind the curtain, like the flat earthers and like some other sort of spiritual people. They've seen behind the curtain, but they've not gone out there. They've just sort of managed to catch a glimpse of the daylight or whatever. I think that's as close as we can get to the truth at this point without some sort of disclosure.
Well, I mean, we can test everything that we can anyway. Anything we can test, and we just hold fast to that which is true. There's not much else we can do.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just about to say something similar. Like, you can have like an inquiry of you can have like a methodology and you can have science, but if you're stuck in the cave, you only have half the story. So you can know everything about your cave, but it doesn't mean you've got knowledge of the outside world, right?
Yeah. Looking through a glass darkly and guessing what kind of shadow that is.
Yeah, which is why I think we have so many wild, different viewpoints. It's open to interpretation, everything. Which is why I think you kind of have to take these things like, me, I love my history, but at the same time, I do take it with a pinch of salt. Because, everything could be wrong for all we know. Everything. Right back from the Sumerians. All of it.
Yeah.
This seems like more of a conversation for the evening than the morning, to be honest. Where's these angry globers that usually pop in around this time?
They'll probably be in within the next hour or two. It's 4:49 for me, so some folks ain't woke up yet over here. Still very early.
Yeah, it's the Australians letting us down today.
Yeah, where the hell's the Aussie bros at? Must be over in the other room.
No, I didn't see. I did pop in the other room. I didn't see any of the Aussie bros. Oh no, Dazzy's on. Oh, T-Dub, yep. And actually, that's Timbo was on as well. Yeah, you're right. They were all in the other room about an hour ago. Yeah, Matrix is in there. Yep, there they are.
Yeah, they're holding down the fort over yonder.
I feel like this room's getting more popular, though. I saw like 40 odd people in here 2 days ago. That was awesome.
Yeah. In fact, the other day, both of the chats were on fire. They were both doubtful. It was good. Had to pick one or the other to listen to.
Well, Kembo said we had an event. I saw the room was full, but I couldn't see information on the event. What event was it and who presented?
I'm not sure. All that happened while I was pretty sick, so I wasn't able to pay much attention. I know there was an event. I just don't recall stuff related to it. Foggy.
Yeah, understandable, bro. Did you think you'd be getting out this week then, or are they keeping you in for a while?
I hope to go home tomorrow.
Yeah, man. That's good, bro.
Yeah, we had an event, bro. Q set it up, right? I think after that day, now it's popping. Because if you look in, what is it, the PNR, right? You look on very top, you see that live now. So it set VC on the very top. The event is in our own VC. So I think that's very clever on that part. Whatever Q did.
Who presented and what was the topic?
Yeah, Quetzalcoatl.
Well, this one, ever get the feeling that something wrong, right? And it's right there on the very top. So I guess people curious about it, right? As soon as they join the survey, like, oh, what is this? Let me check it out. So
Oh, that's
very
awesome.
clever.
So
Yeah.
you just did it just to sort of start a topic.
Exactly.
There was nothing
Yeah.
specific. There was no presentation. It was just a topic. Yeah, that's awesome. That's really good.
Yeah.
It allows for kind of an open discussion while maintaining the subject matter.
Yeah, Q figured that shit out, bro. I thought,
Genius.
bro, I thought it was the stage event, bro. I got scared for a second. I'm like, wait, who's gonna do this? Who's gonna do that? Like, and it's about to start in 45 minutes. So I'm like, yo, Q, let's go talk real quick. Oh, it's in the VC. So, and then it boosts us up all the way to the very top too. So I'm like, man, that's fucking genius. That's perfect.
Yeah, we need to do ones like one globe proof win a prize. Like how Weiss does his Bitcoin thing. We should give away Nitro. One globe proof equals Nitro. Don't know who's going to pay for that though.
Well, I don't think anybody ever gonna get that Nitro because
Exactly.
they won't be able to.
Exactly. Yeah. Doesn't matter what you offer; it's impossible prize.
Yeah.
But they can learn that the hard way.
Yeah. Well, we got somebody just jump in. G Gang, what's up, G Gang? How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
G Gang.
Yeah, we're good, bro.
Welcome.
Just here.
Hell yeah.
G Gang, is it flat or is it a ball? What's your take?
It's a dome.
There's a dome or it's a dome?
It's a dome. It's flat.
It's flat with a dome.
Yes.
And what makes you think that?
Just going outside and looking.
Going outside and looking at a dome? I highly doubt that, dude.
Well, I think that the sky, or actually, I think the Earth is so big that the sky gives off the illusion that it looks like it's a globe. That's what I think.
No.
I think he's talking about the celestial sphere, right? You see, like if you turn around 360-degree angle, you see like a dome of perspective, right? But it's not really a dome, but it's just the way you perceive it. You see it,
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly how we see it, right? Doesn't matter whether it's a ball or whether it's a flat Earth. It's celestial sphere would be the same, right?
Well, I mean, I'm a Bible guy, and it says that every eye will see Jesus. I mean, you can't really do that on a globe, can you?
Good point.
I mean, it says every eye. I mean,
I like the fact that the horizon itself is observably horizontal. So the flat Earth is an observation.
You do know the Globers would probably turn around and says, yeah, everybody could see Jesus at the same time if there was enough terrestrial refraction. So you'll have some people seeing the real Jesus and then everybody else seeing a distorted, hazy Jesus.
The Phantom Organa Jesus.
I'm not mocking. That's the kind of bullshit they would come up with, though.
Yeah, we've heard some weird crap, dude. Nothing against you, but yeah, we've heard some weird shit.
And then the Book of Enoch also talks about the sun and the moon being the same size, and the sun being 7 times brighter.
Now that one's pretty hard to get around as a glober, right?
I mean,
The Earth is round.
No.
Round and flat? How do you know it's round and flat?
I have 2 questions. Is flat a shape, and what's the difference between an adjective and a noun?
Oh, good questions. To the guy who said Earth is round, is flat a shape?
Maybe
This is not a shape. Everything is round. Every planet in the universe, every molecule.
Nice claim.
Everything.
So, okay. So if the pool balls on the pool table are round, does that make the table round?
You run a gravitational pull on a flat table.
Define gravity. Do you even know what it is?
Yeah, gravity is
a spinning thing. And the gravitational pull of another spinning thing that's 33 million
Your
times.
your frame of reference is not a force, and math is not a force either. So what's causing your gravity?
You're going to use the Bible and say my Earth is flat.
I don't give a shit about the Bible.
No, we'll use
science. You, the gravity itself is a fictitious force, and you can't invoke it as though it's a real one because you have no proof of that.
Okay, so the Earth is flat and God's not here, and there's no gravity.
Nobody said that.
There is relative density, which is known as specific gravity, and I'm pretty sure.
Fucking head. I just
Hey, dude,
the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or
dude,
thing.
we're going to teach you something though. But if you want to run away, go ahead.
No,
but you're using gravity, but you don't understand the words you're using. You don't understand the words you're using. Okay, why don't you use your
danger's out?
Why don't you use your intellect?
He ran away. He's a coward. He doesn't know
Why
what
can't people
means.
use their brain to overcome these challenges? Why do people run away so quickly?
Because it changes their reality. That's why.
Yep, that was Cogdius. That dude doesn't know what a 4-dimensional manifold is. He's not qualified to have this conversation.
Well, we have the YouTube bot in here, so Ether, did you want to sort of go into a little bit more detail on gravity and density, just for the audience?
Yeah, it's not a force. A lot of people claim that it's a force, but it isn't. It's called a fictitious force or a pseudo force. If we're talking about relativity, if we're talking about Einstein, then it has to do with weight and other shit, but that's not a force either. There's no proof that it's a force. You lift something up, it goes down because it's going to find rest in the medium. It doesn't just magically fall down. It finds level.
Exactly. When most of these globers say gravity, they don't know what they're talking about. They're actually talking about specific gravity or relative density.
Yes.
They don't know what they're talking about.
And they don't know if they're invoking Einstein or Newton because they don't know the difference.
Yeah, and they think that the math can work the same. They think they can just add Einstein onto Newton. It doesn't work like that. Completely different math, completely different cause. Everything's different.
That's why I said math's not a force and your frame of reference is not a force. And then he spiraled out. Sorry, not sorry. Gravity is not a force.
I'm trying to find the right archetype or the right sort of personality for these globers that come in and play knock door run and go, it's a ball, and then run away. Got to be a good archetype or name for them we can come up with. Knock door glober. It's the best I've got so far.
It practically disengage.
Isn't gravity magnetic?
What was that?
Isn't gravity magnetic?
Oh, really?
I would define gravity as being the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing. But most people wouldn't define it that way.
Yeah, when you say magnetic, what exactly are you getting at here? Which bit of gravity resembles magnetism?
Doesn't the poles have magnetic?
Yeah, there's a magnetic north. You couldn't say that for the south. There's no confirmation of that, but there's definitely a magnetic north or magnetic center. Yep. But what's that got to do with gravity?
Oh no, I'm really high right now. I'm sorry.
You're good, bro.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Maybe gravity will pull you back down.
So if you want to talk about why things go down, there's no gravity force, there's no mechanism like Ethergrass was saying. There is just specific gravity. And if you Google that, you'll see specific gravity is synonymous with relative density. So there is no force cause of relative density apart from the background medium itself. The actual air is the medium in which determines why things go up and down. So that is understood under the name specific gravity. And when globers come in here and say gravity this, gravity that, and then we ask them to describe it, they actually go and describe relative density. That's why we say they don't know what they're talking about, because they're always describing specific gravity or relative density and not a mass attracting mass force or a warping and bending of space-time force.
Wow.
That's what's provable. That's what's in nature. There is no force of gravity in nature.
I like the way QE puts it. They hijacked perspective.
Perspective hijacking, booger eating globers.
Old dude's funny. Only one per customer.
Yeah, so to summarize, they don't have a force of gravity. That's fully explained by density. So all of the excuses they use, all of the evidence is, oh, that's because of gravity, that's because of gravity. They may as well say that's because of Narnia. There is no gravity force. There is no gravity to speak of. That's that's like 80% of the globers' claims. It's either refraction or it's gravity. That's their excuse for everything. But they don't have gravity.
Refraction. It's funny to me when they call diffraction refraction. They expose themselves. They don't know the difference. And they can't tell you the difference. They see something optical, and anything optical is now refraction.
To be honest, John, I fall into that category, and I know that there is a difference. It's just identifying when and where, and the difference of, being able to identify it.
And then
That's
there's
a tough one.
Categories of what specifically is happening too. So there's a lot of terms involved when it comes to optics.
And that's what we're here for. We're here to scrutinize the claim of the globe. We're here to put it to the test and ask those questions, and you will learn things on the way. You know, I've learned so much from this subject and this community by scrutinizing and questioning the globe. We now know the globe better than any of the globers. And the more you know the globe, the more ridiculous it becomes.
Yeah. To me, it's funny when folks come in here assuming that flat Earth must be some kind of religious claim, and then you prove to them that the globe is literally a religious idol. It's a freaking trinket made out of gold that people worship. And you got tons of kings. They're painting. They got these portraits where they're holding this weird ball with a cross on the top of it. It's the most religious thing that I've ever seen.
Oh, it's a lifestyle. It's like thug life, but it's projection life. Projection.
Yep. And then everybody else is religious except for the monkey ball.
It's a magic trick. Good morning, Killian. I can't see the chat who else is here, but if you've spoken up, I can hear you. Good morning, Killian.
I hope everybody's staying blessed and avoiding stress.
Good day, brothers. What up, Roots? Good to hear from you, man. Refraction. Get it.
Yep.
I also love how most of the globers who say refraction to everything even know the different types of refraction. According to them, it's all just one type.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. There's subcategories.
Yep. I like how much DJ's been focusing on refraction. Occasionally he'll send me like a picture and he'll send me an article, and that's been quite helpful in seeing all the different and understanding all the different types of refraction.
Yeah.
And then looking at different observations, it's yeah, it gets a bit addictive, I think, once you get into it. Guess the refraction. We should have like a quiz, a refraction quiz. We'll do 100 images or 20 images with all different types of refraction, and we'll do a quiz with some globers and see how many people can identify the correct type of refraction.
That actually sounds like fun.
That would actually be fun.
Yeah, like a game show.
But I think if you let's say if you ask them right away, right, they'll probably Google it while you ask them the question because they want to get it right.
Well, then it's quick draw. Whoever can get the answer the first wins.
Yep, but we should have like 5 or 10 second limit to answer that question, so they can't cheat.
Yep. That's actually a great idea for a quiz night. We need a flat Earth quiz night, guys. That's a great idea.
Yeah, we should. I think Eric Dubay, he had something similar before on his channel. It was way back. He got like the multiple choices, right? And he brought up water and stuff. He brought up he mixed it up with different stuff. But yeah, it was really good, man. I wish I could find that video. You know what I mean? But it's similar to what you're talking about too. These type of quiz and have multiple choices for them.
Yeah, I could see that being fun. John, that could be something we do on your server.
Yeah, maybe. Now I'm thinking Flat Earth Jeopardy.
Doesn't matter what prize you give, they can't win it. The Globers, anyway.
It's just the flat earthers. They'll be raking it in.
The real treasure was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, I don't think any flat earthers would expect anything. Just to be part of it would be fun enough. Would be good fun.
It's funny to me when I post the Globus Cruciger thing. Nobody tries to argue that that's not an idol. Nobody tries to argue and say, no, that's not about religion. That has nothing to do with religion. They can't.
Which image did you say?
I just posted it in the side chat. The crown and the ball.
Oh, the Popey ball. Yeah.
Yep. Nobody's going to tell me that that ain't religious. That is clearly a religious object. It's obviously an idol.
When did that image first surface? What year is it credited to? Or what king or pope?
I'm not sure. I think that I downloaded it back when the coronation happened, though. So there's a lot of videos going viral at the time. And I found that one and saved it.
I'm just wondering, does it predate Rome? Does it predate the the Christian Roman Christian era?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
It goes back to the cult of Pythagoras, and then certain themes were rebranded as Christianity became mainstream.
I can imagine it's probably Byzantium, or you're saying cult of Pythagoras, that's supposed to be ancient Greece, but I don't know about ancient Greece, mate. I'm not really sure about ancient Greece.
Well, I suspect that whole spherical thing it goes back much further than folks think, and this discussion, flat versus round, has existed much longer than we think. That, and I like to point out that not all flat earthers good, because Nimrod was a flat earther, and he was one of the most evil men to ever walk the earth. And just because somebody is on one side or another of a discussion or a debate, that doesn't mean much.
Well, I'd argue the ancient Greece Aristophanes story is just a lie. And I'd say in history, the first account of the ball would be Ptolemy, the geocentric ball that Ptolemy created. This just so happens that Ptolemy also brought us the modern Bible, well, the Septuagint Bible, and had a hand in the Torah as well.
See, that's another thing that's interesting. When you go back to the Hellenistic period, there's a lot of weirdness, but I don't want to get too much into the religious thing. But the globe very much is a religion. Hell, heliocentrism, the heliolators, they worship the sun. And welcome to whoever joined in.
Yo.
How's it going?
Going great, everybody.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Yeah, that too. I'm feeling a little bit groggy, so I'm kind of slow today. I can't wait till I get back home. Ready to actually rest.
So I'm not looking at the chat. New guy, what's your name? Sorry. The person who's hot micing, what was your name?
Looks like it's QE, but I don't think it's QE.
Oh, it's a QE pretender clown. Oh, how glorious!
I thought for a second it was Siamese cat, but they're just off mute. The cat is silent.
I thought I saw Siamese cat in the other room about an hour ago. Were you in the other room, Siamese cat?
You know what they say when you see a cat twice? Glitch in the Matrix.
Yeah, Deja Vu. Probably seen that film like 50 times now. Such a good movie.
That'd be fun to watch on the home server.
Yep, that's another shout. Good shout. The Animatrix is pretty cool if you've never seen that. Gives you a bit more insight.
Yeah, it's trippy.
You guys ever see a film called 13th Floor?
No, can't say I have.
It actually came out the year before The Matrix came out, and it's pretty much the exact same premise.
What? Premise that humanity is enslaved into a computer program by AI?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Reality is code. Reality is a simulation. So it's interesting it came out before.
Siamese
Good
Cat
recommendation.
Talks. Yeah, 13th Floor is legit. I saw it a long time ago. I remember thinking it was good. I should watch it again. Thanks for that, Siamese.
Yeah, no problem. Definitely worth a watch.
I heard that the Terminator series is the prequel to the Matrix trilogy. And the more you break it down, the more it makes a lot of sense.
It does, doesn't it? It totally does. A prequel, you said, right?
Terminator's the prequel to the Matrix, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so that just told the story of how machines took over and enslaved everybody, I guess. Yeah. Was that also done by the Wachowski sisters? Terminator? Let's see.
Well, no, because this is based on the idea that this came from a book. The Matrix came from a book called The Third Eye.
Okay.
So there's somebody who claimed, and I think they actually won a court case to say that the idea was taken from her, but there's a lady called Sophia Stewart who's been on all sorts of podcasts claiming that The Matrix was her story, and in her original book, The Third Eye, which is very similar, it also has the Terminator sort of trilogy and the Matrix trilogy in one book. So it's like if they have took her idea, they've took her idea and turned it into two different franchises.
She won the court case, huh?
Sophia Stewart. Yeah, there's definitely a court case, and there's definitely like something that she won where she basically got paid some money or something. But I don't know whether she got paid and credited for the original idea or whether just some of the ideas. I don't know.
Yeah, it was probably settled outside of court, I imagine, behind closed doors. But yeah.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Those sorts of things usually are. Wow, that's wild. So, there's a strong possibility they may have jacked the idea. Who knows for sure?
I tell you, the one scene that's in my mind, though, is that scene, and it's always stuck in my head where I think it's Morpheus is talking to Neo, and he says, we don't know what happened, but we know it was us who scorched the sky. Have you seen the news articles about, I don't know, in the US, but in the UK, there's been all sorts of news articles about how they're trying to dim the sun? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I have seen stuff like that before. It's like a Bill Gates backed idea, I think.
Yes, my man. Well done. Jumping hot on that one, but yeah, that was a thing. Bill Gates has been buying up farmland in the States for a while. Brother Roots, I know you're talking about Europe, but man, something is definitely up, and you're right. Morpheus was having a discussion with Neo. They're sitting on the couch in front of the TV, and he's like, somewhere around the 20th century, started blocking out the sun. And that's when the machines started coming in.
Yeah, like if you type in sun, dim in the sun or block out the sun, like there'll be articles from this week. Like they're on it. They're doing it.
Damn. Shit's really happening.
But yo, isn't there a whole bunch of power outages happening right now in Europe?
Yeah, I heard about that.
I don't know. Not in the UK.
Yeah, like apparently it's affecting the underground transit system. It's also affecting flights. Like airports are being affected by this as well. But it's huge. I just took in a piece 10 minutes ago. It broke last night. Check into it. Look it up. Somebody can Google it or something.
Yeah, I think I saw there was a lot of that in Spain. These rolling blackouts. Something like that.
Yes, Spain was one of the countries they mentioned. You're right, brother. Thank you for that.
Project Bluebeam. I keep thinking of Project Bluebeam. And Elon Musk is the kind of at the forefront of that, isn't he? With Neuralink and SpaceX and all that. Elon will be a huge catalyst for Project Bluebeam.
Yeah. Here's a link in throw it in the side chat. Hey, wait. Nope. Oh. By dimming the sun. Oh, old dude's on it. Champion. Thanks, old dude.
He beat you to it.
That boy fast.
Old dude may call himself old. However, he's got the hands of a... Well, never mind.
Well, it's from the UK, isn't it? And that's what I mean. This is like big news in the UK this week. I don't know why it's just in the UK, but they're really like pushing it on the news at the minute.
Old dude's not even here in chat, though. He's only... Is he? Yeah, he's
listening on the
He's on the YouTube.
Oh, he's on YouTube. I better keep
we're on YouTube.
Shut. No, I'm joking. Oh, dude, we love you.
Yep. That's the OG right there. One of the OG.
Yo, the phones are tapped.
I don't like to call him old dude. I call him young man.
Also, there's some clippers. We're listening to the YouTube. I think New Perspective regularly checks the YouTube, and if he finds a good clip, he'll put you on his channel. So if you are flat smacking in the YouTube bots in here, put on a good show, guys, because you'll probably end up in a clip. No pressure, no pressure.
Yeah, he came here yesterday.
Now you've got me busting out the ketamine and mushrooms. Let's go.
Oh, dude, I've got some really powerful mushrooms, but they're so strong, I don't know when I can take them. Like, life just doesn't give me 6 hours of free time. Because that's what you need if you're going to take them.
Yeah, really, it should be like 8 if you want to come down a little more, probably. I guess it depends on the person, but yeah, you're right. You need 6 hours set aside in a comfortable environment.
I've had some amazing results with my spine microdosing with shrooms. It actually allows me to walk pretty upright.
Are you not walking
Hey, that's
upright?
awesome.
You don't tell me. You can tell me to fuck off, but I'm just curious. Is it a physical thing? Or is that more of like a...
No, Killian's a wheelchair user.
Oh, okay. Really? Mushrooms helped with that? Fascinating.
But you can walk though, Killian, right? It's just, I remember you saying it's just not very fast or something, right?
Give me a quick second. I have an issue with my head, so I'll be right back.
Okay. I mean, they have shown potential to regrow nerves and things like that. A lot of studies on that right now, so Guess it wouldn't be.
Well, there was that Israeli guy. I can never remember his name or pronounce it. I don't think. He studied for most of his life. He studied during the whole campaign against it during the 60s and everything. He was studying its benefits, and he made a statement. I think it was in National Geographic magazine. He said that it holds potential for every ailment known to mankind. The one plant. That's a big thing for a 60-year plus scientist studied it for that long. Like to say that, like,
which specifically the magic mushroom.
No, I'm talking. I used to talk about mushrooms. I'm talking about weed. Sorry, man. Oh, mushrooms, right? Okay.
Oh, weed. Right. Yeah.
You're just talking about mushrooms.
We got to be careful what we talk about. I forgot. YouTube bot.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah, I mean, if it's in the public domain, we're just sort of highlighting news, aren't we? I suppose, rather than encouraging drug taking or whatever. I mean, it's not even a drug, but you know what I mean.
That's true.
Yeah.
We're not saying like go take mushrooms or anything.
Yeah. All these physicists, these chemists these chemist dudes, like mess around with this stuff, man. Like they take their own freaking shit they make and stuff. Like it's crazy. You wouldn't believe, like, there's documentaries you can watch about that out there. The chemists that like synthesize certain chemical structures of what we find in nature. Like, they'll synthesize it. They'll make a chemical copy of that, right? That's how you get a lot of your stuff.
Yeah, that's wild.
They take it. They use it to see what it does on themselves, man. It's no lie.
They're being their own guinea pig.
Yeah,
Crazy.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
I mean, it's the most ancient, weed and mushrooms. They're ancient. We've got evidence of them taking this from when history began. So it's not so much being a guinea pig, I suppose. In the modern era, it can seem like that, but we know everything about these, or we did.
Yeah, that is true. There's a long history of their use. But I think he was talking about more like, well, from what I took from it was like you're synthesizing something that nature makes naturally, but you could easily go way over the dose if you're synthesizing, a pure compound or whatever, couldn't you? I don't know.
Well, yes and no. I actually think that by synthesizing, a bit like, I don't want to. I nearly brought up the vaccine argument, which I'm not going to push. I'm not going to get into, but just to sort of try to see if I can use a different example. But what I'm trying to say is that holistic way of taking things naturally through the mouth, then through the throat, through the digestive system. I think that has a different effect than if you just take a supplement and then it just goes straight to the stomach. And then I think there's also different elements and compounds in these, mushrooms and fruits and natural sort of, things like this. They need to be alongside their other sort of their full makeup. So, right. It's hard to get specific because I usually use the vaccine example, but what I'm trying to say is I think there's a holistic nature to these things. And I think once you start compartmentalizing it, I don't think you're getting the full effects, to be honest.
Yeah, totally agree. I think a good analogy for that would be, or a good example would be marijuana, cannabis. I mean, it's got over 200 different cannabinoids, and a lot of them rely on the others for their full effects, don't they?
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. And I think that's with a lot of nature's stuff. As soon as you start synthesizing, you're compartmentalizing.
Yes, exactly. Which is why, like that synthetic cannabis kind of flopped. It never really took off, did it?
I don't know. I've never heard of that. What is that?
Oh, it was just basically a synthetic THC they were synthesizing. It was called I think it was called Marinol or something.
And it was legal?
It was, yeah, it must have been because it was being produced by pharmaceutical companies.
Doctors were prescribing it instead of actual weed.
Yeah, anyway.
But I think it was junk.
Yeah, Mother Nature provides in more ways than we can possibly imagine.
Amen. Morning, DJ.
Hey, good morning, man.
Holy shit, is it really 2:30 in the morning? Fucking hell. Where did the time go?
No, it's 10:30.
Fucking time zones.
Can't remember the last time I stayed up to 2:30.
You're being a responsible adult. That's good. Gotta be up to seize the day, you know? Carpe diem.
I don't have a choice. I have kids.
Oh, yeah, well, there you go.
To the point where I can't sleep in anymore. Doesn't matter what time I go to bed. I'm up at 8, before 8 every day. Frustrating.
I can imagine. But worth it, right?
I'll be like, I'm going to have a late night. I'm going to go to bed after 12. Yes, because I'm going to get a lie-in tomorrow. And then, boom, 7:30, I'm awake and tired. Bags under my eyes and I can't get back to sleep. Well, may as well get up.
I always remember that scene from Shameless, the British Shameless, where like Frank just had a kid or something like that, and he's like standing outside, and his eyes are just like bulged out of his head, red as hell. He's like, it feels like my eyeballs have been pickled, basically. Definitely relatable.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get older because I know when you get older, you need less sleep. At the minute, I'm on the brink of starting to sleep less, but still needing it. I just want to get to that point where you don't need it anymore.
Oh yeah, where you could get
what
more
I found, right?
Need it.
What I've from experience as getting older, right? Every time you eat, you get tired. So you want to sleep after you've eaten.
Kind of true. Yeah.
I don't know why, but it's just like, yeah. It's weird.
Caffeine helps. Like a cup of coffee helps. Or tea or whatever, you know. Yeah, you kind of just go into like a food coma, kind of.
Yeah. Something like that.
Do you guys eat when you're unwell?
You do start noticing. Say again.
Oh, sorry, Tito. I was just saying, do you eat when you're sick?
If I can.
Usually less so if I'm sick, but it just depends.
I just noticed I had a few cats growing up, and I noticed that as soon as they were sick, they would refuse, like, they would not eat. And then obviously you've got a lot of doctors or homeopaths or alternative doctors who say, you know, fasting can heal you. And I just noticed that within the animals, they don't eat when they're sick at all. Like the amount of energy it takes to digest food is apparently really high.
Yeah. Really? I never.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it makes sense. If you're your body's trying to preserve energy, then You're not going to feel
Wait,
like
so
eating.
we eat to gain enough energy in order to digest the next lot of food that we eat, so that we can have that energy to digest the food that we eat the next time.
Right.
Sounds like a vicious circle.
Eating food has to be one of the most inconvenient parts about being alive. I'm just saying, imagine all the time spent doing that. You could be doing other stuff.
Exactly. Sleep too.
But with my digestive stuff, yeah, there's a reason why I feel this way. Food is inconvenient to me. I just want to skip that part and keep living.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that our food supply is just shit. Generally speaking. Like, I fucking
Eat red
love
meat. Eat red
biscuits and
meat.
gravy.
Kick out the greens. Sorry, brother. I walked on you. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say I fucking love biscuits and gravy, but that shit gives me heartburn like nothing else.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Killian?
Yeah, sorry, Siamese. Earlier I got cut. My headset was giving me issues, and my bus showed up to pick me up. But yeah, brother, I have multiple sclerosis, so I can walk. You know, if I have wall support, or people say I should use a walker, but my body isn't really designed to use a walker very well. I'm a little long and lanky. But besides all that, I use a wheelchair when I'm out of the house to get around due to multiple sclerosis. Now, with that, what I found with, I've also used cannabis as well to help me sleep at night, but the mushrooms themselves, major doses you can do like 1.5 grams, 2 grams. They talk about hero doses, 3 grams, all that stuff. However, half a gram, 0.3 of a gram, microdosing every few days has led to some benefits. I think it's due to perhaps an anti-inflammatory that's in there. I'm not 100% sure, but definitely a noticeable difference with that when I've taken it in terms of the pain and the relief of the skeletal system.
For mushrooms?
Yeah, psilocybin specifically.
Interesting. Less so with Amanita, though?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Have you tried Amanita or no?
No.
Oh, okay.
But just want to share that. Don't want to take the conversation down that hole. I didn't want to leave you hanging on that prior. So,
no,
you're listening, boys, and keep up the awesome work. Globe Buster. Yeah, no problem, brother. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you, man.
Well, after you left, I mentioned that mushrooms are being studied for their potential to regrow nerves. I'm sure you've heard that.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Mushrooms have been studied for their potential to regrow nerves in the human body.
And that's what I found interesting. Is the first time I actually I never took it until I experienced shrooms until I was about 42 or so. But that's what I took it. I had this mental, obviously being inebriated, feeling like the movie Limitless. Bradley Cooper, where they show certain cuts of the movie where they show the neurons and the pathways and everything firing and lighting up, and that's kind of how it felt. Right, I have degenerative disc disease in my lower back, in my lower spine. I think it's L5S1, and I felt like that area was being targeted in a way, tingling and all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, I definitely can see what you're saying. That definitely felt like a connection that I was making.
Interesting. Yeah, she physically felt it in that area. Yeah. Really interesting. My this is actually personal to me because my mother had MS as well. So I've done a lot of reading on it and potential treatments and things like that.
Thank you for sharing that, man.
Of course.
I was watching some old world documentary. I can't remember. It was about the Druids, and there was this old. I can't remember if it was a manuscript or if it was just like an alleged story. But there was a Druid who basically told a story about how the magic mushrooms were stronger when we had the giant trees, and that a lot of the stories of the shamans and the Druids and the shamans, and in other cultures, different people who were using these mushrooms, going on these psychedelic trips and speaking to God and this, that, the other. He was basically saying that it's no longer possible because we don't have the giant trees, and that the giant trees were the contributor to the more powerful mushrooms. I mean, wild speculation, but I thought that was really interesting.
And maybe that's where we get all these crazy stories from, right? And fairies and elves and gnomes, and Europeans were just walking around tripping out, man.
Some good
Ponies
shit,
and-
yeah.
Ponies and globes too, eh, T-Dub? Or T-Wo, sorry, not T-Dub.
Including, yep, globes as well, yeah.
Ponies and globes and farting rainbows.
Land in the sky.
Land in the sky. Oh my.
Dinosaurs. Oh wait, no, that's mainstream.
Floating islands. Hey, the in India they've got like legends of cities, floating cities.
Yes, I've heard about this. There is something about floating cities in the old world, yeah. Is that India?
Vimana were flying vehicles as well. Yeah, India, yeah. You know, akin to
cool.
the Avatar movie sort of shit.
Yeah, this is like an old idea that's it's a really old idea, isn't it? It's crazy. I mean, is that really just imagination? Who knows?
Well, you hear a lot of people talk about how, like, a lot of religious imagery was probably inspired by hallucinations.
So this in the side chat, we've got this ham guy who was chat skanking, and he's not even in here. So I took away his ability to text and told him to join the VC.
Oh, Ham, the Grand Slam.
Yeah, if he has anything important to say, he can come in here and say it.
Yeah,
It's Ham, the anime globe man.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me we've got eggs, we've got bacon, and now we have ham? Oh my.
I'm pretty sure we've interacted with that dude before.
With Ham, yeah, we have. Yeah, he's the Grand Slam, the great slam guy. Like, says that Earth being flat is moving upwards, and it's eventually going to hit the limits, and there'll be a big slam. You know, he's trying to like incorporate like a big bang thing, but in reverse, right, into the flat Earth thing, and make it sound ridiculous and shit.
Oh, slap!
Occasionally he'll stand for the globe and like make a lame argument or something, but most of the time he just trolls with pretending to be like a weird flat earther.
So Ham's trying to prop up the Grand Slam, huh?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that he doesn't have any new talking points anyway. A lot of these folks, they say everything that they could possibly say within the first conversation we have with them, and everything after that's just them regurgitating the same crap.
The best new arguments from the globe in the last 2 years have all come from flat earthers that I've heard. Like honest flat earthers who are looking into sort of leading edge arguments and being like, if I was a Glober, I'd be saying this. You know what I mean? The Globers aren't even doing research. I mean, I don't know if you've been following Amish's work. Amish has been doing some digging into the not pendulous veins. Kemba, what's it called if you're listening? The black boxes that they put into planes that they use, apparently they claim are used for the gravity, to counter the gravity. Does anyone remember what Amish was speaking about recently? Part of the internal navigation system. So within the internal navigation system of a plane, you've got like a mechanism, or you've got like a series of, like a chain of events that happen, and during that, during in that system, in this black box, it accounts for the gravity and the Coriolis. Have you heard of this before?
Yeah, pendulous veins, and I don't know. Well, I don't know about Coriolis. No, I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe. Like, do they claim that? Do they? I don't know.
No, they don't. This is what I mean. Amish found it, right? And we were trying to figure out why Globers weren't claiming this. And it was like a really, you really would expect them to use this argument, because this is when we say that there is no technology being taken into account for the gravity or the Coriolis. Well, there is a so-called black box in a plane inside the INS system that does this. The problem is nobody's allowed to access the data. It's in a sealed black box. And there's a whole heap of other reasons why it's dodgy as hell. And it's definitely like one of those things where they're like just kind of they're saying they're doing something, but there's no one can access the data. Nobody can confirm it. Nobody knows about it, but it's there apparently. I'm going to look in my notes. I think I'll write it down.
Yeah, the Globesat arguments aren't evolving at all. They're devolving, right? Some of the people that used to be the best at arguing against Flat Earth, they just kind of suck now, right? They never got any new arguments.
Yeah.
No, they'll even revert to Eratosthenes. I mean, but yeah.
It's like they're running off. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say to Roots, I think it sounds not much different to what's in every smartphone now, basically.
Which bit of the smartphone are you talking about?
That's basically, they call it a gyroscope, but it's pretty much like similar to pendulous veins, I think. It's just measures.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stays perpendicular to the force that's applied to it. So yeah, I don't know. And they've got one for all axes in there, I think, or they've got one that can just do all three at once, I think. I don't know, maybe, or they have separate ones. Your good smartphones they'll be able to tell you the orientation change in every axis, and I think it's based on something similar to what they use have been using for a long time in aircraft. I think. I don't know. That's what I got from what I looked into, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, it's similar technology to the pendulous veins, but it's something very specific in the INS system. And next time Amish is on, ask him about it, because he's been looking into it. And this is what I mean. Like, this is the leading edge of the conversation. Not one Glober has looked into this, or if they have, they've probably realised actually this is a bit of an alleged thing where there's no data to be found. There's no public company involved in the INS system that works with gravity or Coriolis. So it's all government-based, which is dodgy as hell anyway, because public companies work on every element of the plane except for the gravity and the Coriolis. This has to go through these black boxes. And this is only from the government. So it's dodgy as hell. But if I was a glober, I'd be claiming it and saying, well, actually, you guys are wrong in the INS system. We've got this name that I'm forgetting. But they just don't do the research.
Reference frames.
It's basically like a system where you've got an accelerometer, and then you've got a gravimeter, and then you've got a gyro, and then one triggers the other triggers the other triggers the other. So when you get down to it, it's not actually measuring gravity or Coriolis, it's calculating it and then triggering these mechanisms. I mean, the whole thing's automated to begin with anyway. It's not actually doing any real adjustments from like the experience of gravity or Coriolis. It's just a mathematical equation. But it's there, it exists.
Well, I mean, like they kind of always had this stuff, right? So where's all the stories from, like World War II, and prior, so all these aircraft going, holy shit, that was a pain in the ass. We're way off course. I wonder what happened there. And then they figured out later that, it was because the Earth was turning, of course. Oh, it was because the Earth was curved, right? Yeah. Like, where do we hear all those stories about all the malfunctions and inconsistencies and mishaps and all that from back then when they didn't have all this shit?
Exactly, T-Dub. This was the line of conversation we went down. Well, what is the difference when you don't have that system? I mean, there's plenty of farmers with small planes that don't even have, like, the electrical gyros. They're the old school style planes, and they don't have these INS systems with these gravimeters and accelerometers in them. But they don't fly the plane any differently to a more modern plane. So it's a bag of nonsense, and I can't wait for flat earthers to get all over it. It's just, I don't know, it's just not taking it. There's no difference. It is just a hoax. But if I was a glober and I heard a flat earther say, oh, well, they don't take, gravity into account, I'd be like, yeah, they do in the INS, blah, 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 here we go. But they don't even research it enough. So Amish has done the research for them, the best arguments that they could have on gravity when it comes to an aeroplane's aeroplane's INS data, but they never bring it up. And even if they did, that we can destroy them anyway, but yeah, it's still a better argument than what they come up with. Oh, it's really bugging me. I'm going to have to message Amish, see if he can remind me.
But you know what I mean? Like, we should be hearing stories the opposite of what we hear. We hear stories of, like, the Knickerbocker system and Marconi, where people said, oh, yeah, that'll never work. Yes, there's a ball, right? And then they went ahead and did it, and it worked anyway, right? We should be hearing the opposite of that.
Right, yeah. It's
all
almost
the stories where people tried to do things based on a flat Earth and it failed because the Earth's a ball. Duh! Like, where do you hear that?
I think that's why the Globers don't bring these things up, because I think they know as soon as they do, they're just going to get destroyed. There's a lot of fear in the Glober side, to be honest. Because even though this technology they say is in these planes and that they're doing this stuff, it's all based on calculations. It's not actually measuring the gravity and then reacting. It's not feeling the Coriolis force and then adjusting. It's all a mathematical equation that they've got pre-set out based on altitude or, you know, other things that they've already predetermined. So it's an assumption. It's an assumption. But like you said, planes without this technology fly the same way. So what's the difference? Sorry, I'm eating them and speaking.
How dare you be a human and eat? Okay.
You know how sometimes you hear somebody talking and eating and it makes you feel a bit sick, especially if they're all slappy and sloppy with it.
Yeah.
That's why I apologized. Plus, I'm British. That's what we do.
Yeah, flap your gums, damn Brits.
Oh, so I do apologize for being a Brit. It's just who I am.
You don't apologize for nothing. Spot to your biff cake, you.
We do. We're Brits. We apologize all the time. We may not mean it, but we do.
Yeah, it must be a British Commonwealth thing, because that's what us Canadians do. We apologize for everything. You guys hear me all the damn time apologizing when I cut people off.
It's the effort to give maximum respect to somebody until they don't deserve it anymore, right? If I meet someone, I'll try and be extremely polite because I just think let's try and get along here. Brits are also known for fighting as well. Brits are also known for fighting as well, so it might have something to do with that.
You guys don't do drive-by shootings, you do drive-by insults, right? Okay.
No, we do drive-by stabbings.
Drive-by stabbings. Just
They don't even get out the car. They're just swinging the machete. Ah!
We use a lance.
The same ones they use for that sport where they try to knock each other off horses. What do they call that?
Jousting.
Jousting. I nearly said lancing.
I was going to say, it was a drive-by poking.
That's the original drive-by, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
It is. I do find it funny though that you say tap water, right? But we don't call it tap in America, and we call it faucet, right?
So you guys call it faucet water? That doesn't roll off the tongue.
No, we call it tap water. It's like what?
Yeah, I call it tap water.
I didn't know this until today, but apparently you guys also use miles per hour over there on roads.
Yep. A lot of us still use feet, yards, and inches as well.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, most of our sports and our games are all in yards and feet. Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised at that. You know, like because I just assumed that most of Europe had adopted the metric system.
Is that right? Because it wasn't.
We're not really aligned with Europe. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, all right, okay. It's all I think of when someone says Europe. It's mostly the first thing I think of is England, right?
We're not Europeans. We're United. We're from the United Kingdom. We have our own little group of countries.
But you're European.
I know, but English people don't see it that way, and you know, when the French and the Polish or the Dutch are over in England, they consider themselves Europeans, but you'd be very hard to find a Brit who considers himself European.
Weird, man. Wow.
Because we've all got our countries, right? So I'm in England, but then we're within the United Kingdom. So then to be within Europe, the continent, it's just like, well, I don't know. It doesn't feel personal. Plus, we're not actually connected to the continent. So there's an argument to say we're not part of Europe.
Okay, because it's a bunch of isles.
Right, yeah. Like, I'm sure I'm sure there's enough Brits out there that would want the United Kingdom to be its own continent. I can imagine.
Well, apparently that's what Antarctica is. A bunch of isles. And they call that a continent. It's just a bunch of isles covered over in ice, apparently.
I mean, the definition of a continent is supposed to be a joined landmass, right? So, I mean, England isn't part of that landmass, so officially I'd say we're not part of Europe.
Unless it's attached underwater, because they just announced that, like, lost continent, right? North of New Zealand.
Oh, another one. I've heard so many lately. Continent or country or island? Continent.
If they're saying New Zealand's part of a continent that's underwater.
I thought New Zealand was already part of Australasia.
Well, yeah, but it's not attached, apparently, like, physically. I don't know where they draw the line for that. I mean, like, they've just sectioned off this big area of land underwater that's supposedly attached to New Zealand, but somehow not attached to anything else. It doesn't continue on and join up and meet, Australia somehow. I don't know what their classification is for it, like how they decide what a continent is or isn't. How do they?
Probably skin color, mate. No, that's interesting though. Thanks for sharing that. I'm going to look into that. I find things like that fascinating. These arbitrary lines that they draw between countries is interesting as well because of the underground cities. Some of these underground cities stretch far beyond these imaginary lines of countries.
Yeah. Well, I guess a few people who are into the lost land of Mu and all that, they'll be like, see, we told you it was there somewhere.
Yeah, everything's Atlantis or Mu, isn't it?
Yeah, Lemuria, yeah. But I mean, who knows? Like, because they've found a lot of ruins in that underwater, like off the coast of Japan. And, I think off the coast of Mexico, I think, and India, I think. So, like, something happened. Like, there was land that was, inhabited that's now submerged.
I used to love all that stuff, but now AI is around. I'm really put off by researching these underground cities. I can't tell what's AI and what's real now.
Yeah, that is a problem. Anybody here that's interested in discussing the nature of reality or the shape of the earth? Oh, we've got one triggered person here. Who's this? Flat earthers are disabled AF. Yeah. Is that Vivace? Oh my god. Vavashi. Vavashi. Is that how you pronounce it?
Who's talking smack? Smack the pancake.
Well, we've got Vavashi, who's nicknamed himself Flat Earthers are disabled as fuck.
Or is this awesomeness orchestrated?
Don't know. He's muted at the moment, so I don't know if anybody really wants to talk to him, especially with a name like that. I mean, it's not a real good way to, you know, encourage interaction. You know, like yeah, sure. Oh yes. Whoa, we're gonna really unmute you now and want to talk. Like, why sit in here with that freaking name, bro? Like, what about like a username like "I'm sorry, I'll behave" or something like that? Like, you want to communicate?
Maybe he's
want to continue a conversation. You wouldn't use something derogatory, right?
maybe he's proud of his cognitive dissonance and he wants to showcase it to people because it's not something visible. You must be someone who understands mentality of humans to know that he got some cognitive dissonance. So he's not good with that. So he wants people to know directly that he got some cognitive dissonance. So he showcased that in his name. I'm triggered because my belief is challenged. So I'm gonna change my name. And you should change it. You can put I'm triggered because I can't defend my globe. He changed his name again. What did I do again?
Hey, Necros, can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, brother.
Do you remember the conversation with us? We were talking about internal navigation systems of airplanes, and he spoke about the software that is supposedly used for counteracting gravity. What's that called? That software?
The Schuler tuning.
Schuler tuning.
Schuler tuning, yeah.
That's it. That's it. Yeah, T-Dub, when you get a chance, have a quick look up of Schuler tuning. You'll be surprised the Globers don't use this. Have you looked into it, Necros?
Thank you.
Yeah, I already knew about it. The name is the only thing that I never heard before.
Yeah, I feel like Schuler tuning is worth having a look at, because I think Globers will start to use this. Because let's face it, the Globers are like 5 years behind the Flat Earthers. But itself, it's a bag of nonsense basically, and hearsay and calculations. But yeah, it's something that the Globers don't seem to be aware of. And I was saying to T-Dub Necros that there's no difference to how you fly a plane with or without Schuler tuning. You still fly the plane horizontal, flat, level, and you don't deviate for gravity or Coriolis.
Yeah, correct. For me, I don't think that thing is present in every plane. You can claim it, but it's not something necessary. You can claim it to make the claim of the plane going around the ball unfalsifiable. Try to make the claim unfalsifiable, but it doesn't change anything, because I don't think that shit were present in planes, in the first planes that were made. Those first planes had normal gyroscope, just a normal gyroscope without even that pendulum that will change the rotation of the gyroscope. And now they claim technology like Schuler tuning and those things. I don't believe that. I don't buy those. I don't buy the idea that there is some corrections.
I mean, I'm sure there's small farmers' planes that don't have INS systems, right? Still today. In fact, yeah. I mean, I'm googling it now, and there's a whole bunch of aircraft that don't have full INS systems, especially small private planes, older planes. Hey, if my sound's bad, just let me know. But listen to this, what I've just read. So I asked ChatGPT, how do planes without INS systems and Schuler tuning account for gravity and Coriolis? So it's an excellent question. This gets into the heart of how different classes of aircraft and systems trade off precision, cost, and complexity. Planes without INS systems, like the Casena, the 172s, or Piper Chicories typically do not explicitly account for gravity or Coriolis effect, and they do not have Schuler tuning. Whoopsie. So apparently they don't need Schuler tuning because they have GPS. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. So they say here that gravity and Coriolis are implicitly handled by design simplicity. So why the hell do you need an INS system with Schuler tuning if you can just design the aircraft? It also says here Coriolis effects are negligible. Oh, this is too fun.
That's what that pilot said to me that day in March last year. Earth is not flat because of GPS. GPS, aka Schuler tuning.
Yeah, it's just a load of nonsense, I think. It's like a front or a facade.
Presuppositional programming. Mathematics. Another magic blanket pulled over the plane. Cover up. Introduce the globe.
Yeah, and to make it worse, no public company has any software involvement or diagnostic involvement in the Schuler tuning system. It's only the government, apparently. That's fishy. Oh, Amish is here. Yes, we were just talking about Schuler tuning, Amish. And how there's a whole host of planes that are still to this day created without the Schuler tuning INS system.
He's writing. I think he can't speak on mic.
Yeah, that's fine. Just like giving the context, being as he's the one who has discovered this hoax. I like to give him the credit. It's really interesting. Yep, that's right. Yeah, bang on. Kasana 172182, Piper Chicory, Diamond DA20, Cirrus R SR20, Beechcraft Bonanza. All of these to this day still don't have Schuler tuning and don't have to fly the plane any differently. Well, that would make sense, Amish, because this has all come from NASA, right? So it would make sense that this was triggered by a NASA mission. And then plus it's a fashion statement, isn't it? It's a fad. Oh, NASA went to the moon. Yeah, we're going to use their technology. Yeah, we're safer. Yeah, right. Yeah, like Tang and Velcro. Yeah, exactly. Such a good discovery. I do like that theory though, that they introduced Shula tooling just to put pilots' minds at ease, just to stop the questions. This isn't something for the public, this is for the pilots. Those pesky pilots with all those flat earth questions. Because with Coriolis, they say it's negligible, but then they still have software to counter for it. So which one is it? Is it negligible or is it accounted for? Which one? Just hurry up and make your mind up, Globers. We'd like a stable position to destroy. You guys are not making it easy for us, are you? With your moving goalposts. The only deviation of Coriolis is your position, Globers. Hugh, maybe we should put on another event today. Get the room busy again. Maybe we can do something on navigation systems. Get Amish when Amish is online. That'd be fun.
Yo, Brute, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there, bro.
Yeah, I just got your message. What Mr. Armish show us the other day. I think it's called Schuler Tuning.
Yeah. Necros reminded me, and then Amish came in, and we talked about it for a bit. Yeah. Still looking into it, but I think it's I think it's a new argument the Globers are going to start using. But as always, the flat earthers are 3 or 4 steps ahead.
Yep. I mean, even if that's what they're claiming, right? Well, they still gonna have to show the data and demonstration, right? Or any tests out there. But the problem is there's no tests. There's no demonstration. So yeah. So basically, they just repeat back the claim, just like the rest of the claims. You know what I mean?
There's not even any data, bro. You're not able to access the data. And I about 10 minutes ago, I read a list of planes. There's at least 7 planes being manufactured still today that don't use Schuler tuning and don't have a fully integrated INS system. And they don't fly the plane any differently. So yeah, like you said, it doesn't even matter. Like, they don't have the data, and they don't have the consequences of not having the software either.
Right.
I think it's just a complete hoax.
What was the name of the argument?
Schuler tuning.
Yeah, Schuler tuning.
What does that have to do with?
Part of the internal navigation systems in commercial aircraft, and it's supposed to take into account gravity, and it's part of a system that also takes into account Coriolis, apparently. Problem is there's no public information and no public companies involved in it. It's only through the military that these black boxes are provided, and they're not even on all planes.
So that means it's not essential. If it was essential, it would be part of navigational systems everywhere.
Exactly. Yeah. The hoax, I think.
Yeah, I think the claims. I'm sorry.
It's more cope. That's all it is. It gives them the reason to cope.
Yeah, definite. Yep. Well, they claim that, like, I think every airplanes or any aircraft and stuff use that black box, whatever the system that they have on there. But that's the claim, There's no real data to back up the claims, right? But I think, Mr. Armish was saying they might try to come after us with that arguments later on.
Yeah, Amish said he read somewhere in one of their papers about it, basically that it became popular after a NASA mission. So a bit like Tang and a bit like Velcro, it became a bit of like a fashion fad. But there's no consequences to not having the system.
Utter nonsense, yeah.
Good morning, Alpha. Good morning, Mickey. You ready for the morning now? Morning shift.
So. I'm getting used to it. I'm working my way into it, man.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine, bro.
I think it'll take a couple weeks to get my circadian rhythm back to where it was.
Do you have a hard time like trying to go to sleep early or no?
No, I never I've never had trouble going to sleep or waking up. Like, how people usually are dependent on coffee and such. I'm not. I've taught my body how to just be natural. Like, I don't depend on those things.
Yeah, I feel you. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, I don't drink coffee either. Once in the blue moon, yes, but every day, nah, I can't drink it for whatever reason.
Yeah. Some people make it a part of the morning routine, stuff like that. I've never really integrated it into my, mornings or afternoons or anything.
Yeah.
I always thought that the body can produce energy enough to be capable, and just keeping it all natural, or at least trying to do the best you can to do that. So that was my goal. I don't want to have to depend on a crutch just to get me up,
Right. What if one day no more coffee? What's gonna happen?
I mean, that's I don't know. I'm not knocking people who drink it, but it's not me. I don't need it.
Yeah. The coffee that I like, probably, what is it, Dunkin' Donut? Just hazelnut iced coffee. Yeah, Once in the blue one, I love it. Just the flavor.
Sure.
Ain't nothing better than 2 or 3 glasses of water in the morning to get your day started. That'll get your energy up.
I don't mind drinking water. Yeah, just having some water. I think there's a routine where you can have 2 meals a day, or 1. It just depends on what your body type is, what you can endure. The whole 3 meals a day, or the food pyramid. I don't want to get into that, but that's part of the questions that I'm going to ask the AI. I'm going to have conversations with an AI. Like, part of my series is going to be one of the questions. The food pyramid, like the human diet, essentially. I think we've been led down a rabbit trail. So,
yes, sir.
Other things that people have been told.
I genuinely think eating 3 times a day is actually bad for you. And I think that's why fasting has such good effects on people, because the amount of energy that is spent on processing food through the body, when you're not doing that, the energy is used to heal the body and repair and replicate. So I think every time you eat, you're stopping the body from doing good work, really. But obviously, it depends what you eat.
Yeah, eating is not become something essential for the body, but we do it for convenience, and it's, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to be talked about within that. Like, food is it's a whole another controversy, but
it's another crutch, right? Comfort. How many people eat to feel comfortable at night? Their snack before they go to bed. You're doing a hell of a lot of damage to your system by eating all that sugar right before you go into rest.
Exactly. There's the body, as it ages, it needs to maintain the system, because it starts being able to utilize protein synthesis a lot less and less. So you have to be aware of that, and you can't keep acting like you're in your 20s, So. It's a really crazy it's a crazy topic if you think about like the ways we could discuss that. That's probably for another channel or another. Like, one thing I was saying is, when I have my show, that's one of the avenues I want to utilize it for, is to talk about a lot of these things that are very controversial within the context of like who we are in this realm. So I haven't picked the name yet for my show, but it's definitely going to have that. It's going to be in the same vein of what we're discussing right now. So we are going to have these conversations, and it's not just going to be regulated to only Flat Earth, although that's going to be like a big part, but it'll be controversial topics for sure. And I'm going to have I'm gonna ask anyway. Some people that want to be guests on my show and that have done research in specific avenues of, like, controversial topics.
Yeah, the food pyramid is definitely something that I've been looking at as of late, and just looking at how my body personally responds to eggs, responds to red meat, responds to simple fats. Getting rid of, I've even stopped eating vegetables and stopped eat fruit on occasion. But I do believe that the green stuff is something that we require additional stomachs like a cow to process. But as you say, that's a separate topic for another channel.
Yeah, no, I agree. I did a whole study on that prior to me actually trying out a specific diet called carnivore. So, yeah.
Yeah,
you
brother.
Don't
been on that. Sorry. Go ahead.
You don't know how much. You don't know how much you've been fooled about the everyday mundane things that you think are not like essential or pertinent to your life until you look into them. You're like, shit. I can't believe this is another thing we've been fooled on. So.
Yeah, man, I've been doing carnivore for the last 8-10 months, and it makes a big difference. Go ahead.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, every body is different, right? Not everybody's the same. So everybody requires a different type of situation when it comes to diet, right? So it's not like a cookie cutter style, like one for all kind of thing. There's recommendations, for our body, but sometimes, like, maybe you do well with fasting, another person doesn't do that well, right? So their body needs to be having a specific type of diet. So there's been these arguments where like, oh, you got to eat this way. No, you got to eat this way. What I found out over my research is that you can recommend certain things, like to get people on the right track, but eventually a body will start requiring what it needs. The body tells a person what it needs, right? So what I mean by that is, the meat suit that you are in, your consciousness, is inside of this avatar. So because the body requires something very different than the next person, your needs will be different. But you can assimilate some of the different techniques of like what people do to kind of keep their bodies, so. Because I don't know, man. I think that there's different body types, and I can recommend carnivore for somebody, but it's going to be a modified carnivore for somebody else. Like maybe a person can't eat all red meat. Like, what if they need to eat some fruits involved? So it's because you take a look at the world and the way it's been showing like what's good and what's bad, and there's a lot of division between what's good and bad. So yeah, you really got to do research on this, and there isn't like, oh, you need to be all vegan, or no, you need to be all carnivore. I think it's need to adjust to whatever your body is requiring. And the way I see it too is, what foods are meant to do what, and how they they fortify the body to keep it in good health. Anyway, I'll leave it there.
I think it's not just that. I think also the right weight of things as well. I think when you synthesize things, you really take the holistic element out of the food.
Yeah, the food's meant to be medicine. I don't know if you guys know that or not. Food should be your medicine. It has medicinal qualities that if you eat a diet that keeps your body in good health, you don't need medicine. It's only in extreme cases that you would require such medicinal things, and even then, it would still be a natural source. So, like, let's say, for instance, I don't know, you went to a foreign country and you got parasites or something. Well, there's a specific natural food source that will be able to eliminate those things. yeah, there's foods that combat that. We just don't know what they are because we're dependent on medicine to actually find us a solution. So it's crazy, man. I don't know. I've did a lot of research, and after all of the research I did, I was like, man, I can't believe we're so dependent. It's like, okay, maybe you've got out of the matrix out of one topic, but then you're still plugged in on another. Like, you don't know how many of those. When Neo was hooked up to the matrix, he had all those wires. Like, there's still some wires that are connected. Yeah, we don't realize they are. We think we're fully out, and we're not when we. Like flat Earth was the giant one that was in the back of your head, the wire in the back of your head. But then there's these subcategories that are like all the ones that attach to your body. I don't know. The movie The Matrix is just a great analogy to utilize it. You could be in some way plugged into the machine.
Yeah, I call it the staircase of disbelief. There's many steps in the staircase of disbelief. It's just flat Earth happens to be one of the top steps.
Yeah, it is. It really is. So yeah, it's yeah, it is. That's kind of how I see it, man. Yeah, it's huge. But then there's like those categories where you can get into where it feels like, well, yeah, this one's kind of important. So it goes into food. I know finance is another one. How things work, that's a huge one. That's another controversy. I mean, on and on. I don't. Clothing. I didn't know if you know that was a thing. Take clothing on for size. Do you know that certain fabrics have their own frequency? Bet you didn't know that. Yeah, fabrics, my friends.
Did you learn about the Mad Hatter syndrome?
Sorry, say again.
Did you ever learn about the Mad Hatter syndrome when they were using the felt hats?
Yes. Yes.
That's a good segue
And,
into
I
that
think-
subject, I think.
Yeah. So food, clothing, where you live, dude. I'm telling you, it medicine. I really want my show to be like, very diverse and all encompassing. If I can have it like that. I definitely love to. But I don't know. I guess it's important to me to have that. So yeah, I'm about to be situated in a house because I'm moving to one. So I'm letting you guys know that in the future that's what I'm gonna be doing. But yeah, I want to talk about all these topics, and they're essential, right? Wait till you get to the topic of parasites. You're not going to believe all of that information at first. You could be like, "That no way, that can't be true." Woo, man.
Yeah, I find that one a bit confusing. There's some extreme claims being made from the alternative crowd. Some people say, cancer is parasitic, and it's quite hard to research, to be honest.
Well, yeah, it's a huge one though, Roots. You can't accept everything as if somebody has an answer for something. It's not just that. You have to. It's kind of one of those things that you got to see what's been tested, what's been done, right? There needs to be not just words, but testing. Anyway, I'll leave you with that. I gotta clock in.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
Can you say my name real quick? Hello?
No, can't do that.
Wait, who am I speaking to? Who am I speaking to?
Hey, what's up, buddy? I can't see your name at the minute, but this is Roots.
Yeah, can you say my name real quick?
Nah, sorry, I'm not looking at the screen.
Why
Why
not?
do you want someone to say your name?
I know it just feels like it.
Feels like what?
People calling my name. It kind of get me high. Like
You sound like a dude.
it's kind of orgasmic for me to say my name out.
Bro, don't be weird, bro.
What do you mean? Don't be weird. You guys are flat earthers. You guys are weird. Come on, guys.
Weird, bro.
What's up, bro? What's going on?
And we're literally
What'd you
looking
hear?
at the globe and
Why would you want people to say your name, bro? We just call you a little baby.
No,
Cause you sound like a little baby, like a little boy.
yeah, I'm child of God. I'm child of God forever.
That's good.
Yeah.
Hey, just be a good representation, man. Okay.
I know, but can you say my name out, please?
No, if you're a child of God, you don't go in a disco room and say my name because it's orgasmic to me.
No, it's intellectual orgasmic for me. I don't know what you're thinking.
Bro, don't be whitewashed, bro. Don't be.
Well, you don't know the term intellectual orgasmic?
Bro, settle down.
Yeah, they're not synonymous.
Come on, guys. Don't think it the wrong way, all right? Keep my mind clean.
Hey, we call it as we see it. First impressions are important, young buck.
Yeah.
Well, your impression's wrong.
You ruined it, bro.
It's like how you tell me globe is. Your impression of the Earth is wrong. It's not globe.
You had one chance, bro. You ruined it. Well, let's see if you could at least. What's your proof of the globe?
I'll tell you what my proof is.
You don't have proof? We didn't think so.
I do have proof.
You have it. What is it?
When the sun set, it goes below the horizon. Yeah.
Okay, can you verify that?
I can verify it
When did you verify it? Tell me.
all the time. I see it every day.
Okay, when the plane goes across, have you ever been into a city and you see a plane go over your head?
Seaside, all right? I live by seaside. I see a sun go down.
Do you see a plane go over your head?
Horizon every day, bro. Every day.
Just hear me out. You ever see a plane go over your head?
I don't care.
You live in a city where there's really tall skyscrapers?
I don't care, man.
Just because you don't see the plane as it goes over your head and behind the building, it doesn't mean it went under the building. Do you understand that?
No, it went under. I saw it with my bare eyes. It
Plane
went
went
under the
under
horizon.
the building. The plane goes under the building now. I just think you don't understand how
No, the
perspective
plane
works.
just so far away.
Yeah, now you're getting it. Yes, now you're
What are you
getting
talking about?
the plane is
One
away,
second.
and
We
so
don't
is
orbit
the
around the
sun.
plane. You do realize that, yeah? You don't fuck.
And the sun goes so far away as well. I'm glad you're getting it now.
No, bro. You.
Why different? Why does the plane get to go far away, but not the sun?
Yeah, because the plane's close to us, right? We don't orbit around the plane. That's why.
You know how far a plane is. What gives you that measurement of a plane's distance from you?
All right, like a few thousand feet. I don't know, like 12,000 feet, something like that.
All right. Well, okay. I'll give you that. It could be if it's landing or taking off. It could be. Typically, where do they level off at when they tell you, okay, you could unfasten your seatbelt and use the restroom? How high are you usually by that time?
I know. Depends on how much weed they're smoking.
Would you say about 5 miles?
Yeah, something like that.
How do they know that they're about 5 miles?
Well, look, I don't know, right? I'm not a pilot.
Would you agree that they have instruments on the plane that tells them
Look,
about how
you're
high they
beating
are?
around the bush right now. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
He said,
Would
"I
you-
don't know, I'm not a pilot."
Yeah, bro, do you at least agree that there's instruments on the plane that gives them a general idea of how high they are?
Why you keep bringing up about how high they are? What's the point?
Because you said how the distance to the plane is much lower than the sun, and my next question was going to be, how do you know how far the sun is?
Look, I know that because we can calculate that, no?
You didn't know how to determine how far a plane is. How do you know how to determine how far a sun is?
Yeah, because like the sun is like, if the sun is very close to us, we'll be fired up, you know.
Did
We're
you
not
come in
because
this,
they're far away from me.
Did you come in this room thinking that you were smarter than everybody in this room?
I guess so.
You did. It's okay. That's
He
all right.
used the word calculate and thought it meant something. Dude, I can calculate how much of an idiot you are. Doesn't mean it's the truth, does it?
Bro,
No, I think you might be right.
I'm allergic to eat, all right? Stop speaking to me. Your IQ is 80, all right? You're below average. Stop talking to me.
Hey, so you being so smart,
yeah.
How do you know how far the sun is?
I just know. If the sun is closer to us, we've been fired up. I told you that.
Now, another question of follow up. You being so smart, how does the distance to the sun prove your claim that the earth is a globe?
Look, I told you. It goes below the horizon. Okay?
No. We already agreed that the
All right, can you explain that? How does the sun go below the horizon if it's a plane? Explain that to me.
We already explained it to you that the plane goes really far.
Explain. You can't explain.
You agreed. Did you not agree that the plane goes very far away? That's why it looks like it's going away and behind the building. Does the plane go underneath the building?
I never really see the plane go, you know, it's like...
Yeah, I wonder why.
I don't care about planes. I care about the sun. It's like, stop talking about the plane. Yeah, it's irrelevant to this topic.
Oh, how about this? How about instead of talking about the sun, we talk about the ground? Because that's what we're really talking about, is the surface. And we're trying to talk about, you have a claim that you know the shape of the surface.
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Because when I walk on it, I can feel that it's a globe. I can feel the temperature under my feet.
What a load of bollocks.
So your toes have the sensory perception to feel shapes?
Yes. When I walk 5 miles, I can literally feel the curvature.
Okay, so then, when I'm walking over marbles, my toes can distinguish a marble from a sugar cube, but that means your foot's really, really, really big, and you can put the whole earth in your toes. Is that what you got?
I just memorized the feeling of stepping like 5 miles before my start of journey and 5 miles after. I can feel the difference of the curvature. You know, it's like the angle is different.
Oh, bro, you're funny. You got me laughing over here. It's 4 a.m. and it's good comedy, man. It's good to laugh.
It's 4 a.m. and you're in the flat earth server. What are you doing?
Just woke up, man. Just chilling with my friends over here. You know, people that are like-minded, birds with a feather. You ever hear of that?
I know.
I get to come in and get a good belly laugh listening to you say that you have sensory perception that can feel shapes at your feet. That was good stuff. You can't even write that.
Deep breath, you know, go out, have some coffee, munching on your toast, and feel the earth. Yeah, feel the curvature too. Trust me.
Feel the curvature. Hey, what happens when you feel the ground and it's a bowl? What do you do then?
Exactly. Isn't that amazing?
What do you do?
And
No
go to
longer.
explore space and talk to aliens. You know, how cool is that? Why bounce yourself to like flat earth boring shit? I don't understand.
More importantly, I don't know why you came.
Come on, bro. I know you're more creative than these people. These people are boring.
No, everyone here is good stuff, man. Any one of us could any one of us could have fun taking shots at you. We enjoy it. We like to play with our food, as they say.
Yeah. So, baby, are you aware that Einstein said there is no optical or physical way to be able to detect the Earth's curvature?
Rich, can you say me again? Can you say my name again?
What, Lil Baby?
No. Just say the one word. That's what you call me. I want to hear that again.
Dude, stop being batty.
Anyway, what's the question?
I said, are you aware that Einstein said there is no way to detect the motion or curvature of the Earth?
Hey, you forgot to say my name, though.
Hey, dumb shit. Are you aware that Einstein said there is no way to detect the motion of the Earth?
When did Einstein?
Hey, dumb fuck.
Look,
if you keep playing like that, bro. Look, if you want to be serious, let's get serious, right? If you want to clown around, you go to other VC, bro. If anything, you might be out of here. You might not be able to join this VC ever again if you don't get your act right.
Campbell Beats, are you threatening me?
No, it's a statement. I'm telling you, because if you keep clowning, you might be out right now. You won't be able to talk.
Whoa.
The question, right? If you want to talk about this topic, then go ahead. If not, you might want to listen, then just sit down, right? Mute yourself. Maybe you can learn something new. But if not, you can get the hell out.
Why don't you sit down, right? Take a chill pill, yeah? Take a deep breath, all right?
Listen, I'm not the one.
Why do you talk like an 8-year-old? That's how my 8-year-old son talks.
He's a little baby. That's his whole name, little baby.
Yeah.
This guy's immature.
Well, can you say that again? What about Einstein? You say Einstein can.
Dude, I said it 3 times. I'm not repeating it. If you couldn't pick it up from the first 3 times, I don't have confidence you'll pick it up the 4th.
No, because Cambot is like interrupting our conversation, innit? So
he repeated like 2-3 times already. You just slow.
no,
It's not
you were
our fault,
interrupting.
you slow,
you were
bro.
interrupting.
It's not our fault. You just slow. Don't blame other people just because you slow.
All right, we'll try with you one more time. So Einstein is famous for saying that there is no optical way to detect any motion on the Earth. Are you aware of that?
Perfect. Where's the source?
Where's the source?
Yeah, give me a source.
You can just Google it. I've got my hands full at the minute. But if you Google what did Einstein say about the motion of the Earth, you'll get the quote come up as your first hit.
Are you beating your meat?
What?
You say your hands full. Are you beating your meat?
No, I'm doing the gardening. Why are you so degenerate? What happened to you?
Bro,
Do you get bullied? Do you get bullied? What is it? What's your issue, bro? What's going on?
I know. Shit happened.
Sounds like you have psychological trauma or something.
Not really.
You didn't even feel confident saying that. Not really. He had the second guess himself.
I picked that.
Not really.
Well, maybe just once.
Or twice. Anyway, can you say my name again, please? It make me feel comfortable.
No, we're gonna mute your ass instead.
I was just gonna say that.
Piece of
I'm gonna
degenerate.
just kick him out, dude. Degenerate.
Alicia?
Yeah, Roots. I think he's under the influence.
He's under something, bro. More
Definitely.
like under demonic possession, bro. Guy was out
Yeah,
there.
Yeah, that guy sounds like Leaf. Is that correct?
I think Leaf.
I don't think that's Leaf.
No, that's not Leaf.
Speak about so much like sexual innuendos. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was stupid like Leaf, but he didn't talk like Leaf.
He had a similar accent, similar voice, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah. Nah, Leaf isn't so. You know.
Yeah, I think
Leaf's an idiot, but he can at least focus. You know what I mean? This guy can't focus.
Yeah, I think that guy's got a fetish for his name or something. He's getting aroused. He wants people to say his name.
He literally said he gets aroused when people say his name, and he gets off to it. That's what, like, dude, don't be weird, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah, there's
then
a time
he
and a
was
place for
God's
that.
child. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like blasphemous, bro. Crazy.
We were too nice to him, really. We should have just given him a lot of shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's early. Nobody's here to take jabs at. He was a punching bag. He got us warmed up.
Did you get rid of him?
I didn't. He just left, to be honest.
Oh, he just left then. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see anybody like kick him out or anything. He just left. Yep. Yeah.
You know what? I guess, a lot of time these people that they come in, I think it seems a little bit too hard to use their brain, right? So because it's easy to just blindly believe the mainstream or the education system. It's easy to do that. Because, if you want to go against the mainstream of what you've been told, right, you have to do a lot of fucking research. Like, we've done shitload of research throughout, who knows how long, right? 5 years, 10 years, or even longer, right? They don't want to do that because it's you're gonna have to use your brain, use your time. You have to actually sit there and think and analyze and look at all the information. Well, it's very hard for a lot of these guys. That's why they still asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Campbell, 100% correct. That's exactly what I did. I spent a lot of time researching, studying, and thinking about what I've been told, and then just making does it correspond with reality? And well, obviously it don't.
Right.
I think some of them are just degenerates, like that last guy. They just, they ain't got two brain cells to rub together. But then I think a lot of them are just scared. I think it takes balls to be able to actually, start to do this research and start to question reality. And I think most of them are just too scared to do it. So they use ridicule. Like in the schoolyard, a lot of kids use ridicule when they're afraid. And I think that's where we end up with these globers that you can't get through to.
Right. So I did a social experiment on my TikTok. And I want to post the results for you guys. Check this out. Watch. I did 2 videos, the same exact video, but with 2 different headlines. Okay. I put 3 years captured destroying the heliocentric model. I love it. And then I put 3 years captured. Enjoy it. Right. I love it. 30,000 views on that one, 24 views on the other one. Dude, they are censoring the fuck out of anything you put online, bro. And referring to Flat Earth. You can't
Yes,
go
sir.
against. You can't go against the paradigm, bro. Look at that. It's 30. Is it how many? Yeah, it's like 30,000. I can't even see in that photo. It's kind of washed out. There's 30,400 views by saying 3 years captured, enjoy it. And then if you put destroying the heliocentric model, 24 views. Like, dude, they fuck with it, dude. They block you.
That's extreme, man. I bet you've got more than 24 subscribers. That's crazy how you only got 24 views.
Yeah, dude. Hey, well, check this out. My old account on TikTok, 10,000 uh, whatever followers, and I had over 1 million like likes and like about like 16 million views on all my videos. But the thing is that they always like kept like I would always have to appeal like no like they would like nope, it's bad, it's against community guidelines. Always had to appeal it, dude, and they kept like nope, we're not going to approve this one. Some they'll approve, but not all of them. But it's stupid because like they banned that account. Like, and I didn't even put anything like offensive, anything like wrong, dude. Like, I never put anything that was like totally, like that's ban worthy. It's just because I kept putting up stuff that was talking about flat Earth, and they didn't like that, dude. At all.
You know what, bro? It's probably more because you had such a big following. Because I've noticed there's a lot of small channels who put up some very controversial flat Earth videos, and I think, how has this, not been removed? But it's because they're on smaller channels, I think.
Yeah, they don't have many eyes to see it. But here's the weird thing, though, bro. Like, I used to post a video. I have 10,000 followers plus, bro, and it will show like 100 views. I'm like, there's no fucking way, bro. No fucking way. And I never like did like, people could pay and like they will like bots will fucking join your shit so you'll never get views from those bots because it's like a one-time deal that you're paying for. Like they have that where you can do that. I forgot what they're called, bot farms, whatever. Dude, I never did any of that shit. I got my followers by like just posting shit, and they were just like, what I was fucking following. So they were like, they started following. That shit built up to 10,000. It wasn't like in one video overnight, like, nah, dude, like that shit built up over like a year or two, and then fucking, then they just deleted it. Then once I hit 10, that's what it was. Once I hit 10,000, I like they had a thing. You have to have 10,000 viewers or followers to be able to monetize your account. Once I like applied for that, like 2 weeks later, they banned my account. Like, nah, you're not gonna make money off this. Like those fucking assholes, bro.
I know. If they didn't do that, just imagine how many more flat earthers would be out here full time researching, putting time in, actually using their money to progress things. Like the community would be it would be so much further ahead, wouldn't it? They really have put a dent into the whole movement.
They've accomplished what they said they were going to do. I mean, to an extent, because it's still obviously we're still here talking. They didn't like shut us down like some like Gestapo, like crazy, like nope, you can't be online, cut it off type shit. But they definitely like, yeah, they slowed down that movement, that growth. For sure.
I mean, I know for a lot of people it matters. For me personally, I don't care. Like, it is what it is. There's so many untruths, so much deception that it's inevitable that this would happen to flat Earth. You know what I mean? It's just the way of the world, and it doesn't matter whether it goes even more niche. In fact, I think since TFE, a lot of the weak flat earthers have disappeared, but it really doesn't bother me, like, I just think truth is truth regardless of how many people are there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Parmesan, you still come around? I just saw him in the lineup over here. Yeah, I forgot his old name though. That's not his name. It was something else. What's his fucking name?
Who's that?
Parmesan. I forgot his fucking old name, but he's old. I thought, like, you're still around, bro?